Блин, почему она тихо-то так?
Не лучше стало?
Так, секунду еще раз. Так.
Я просто пересоединился.
Это на нашей стороне проблемы. Блин, почему она тихо-то так?
Там установки
Сейчас,
никакие не
секунду.
трогали. Я у себя ничего не трогал.
Очень
Не лучше стало?
Так, секунду еще раз. Так.
Я просто пересоединился.
Вот, теперь все нормально, да.
Можем начинать, Владимир?
На
Нет?
нашей стороне проблемы. Да, да. Она тихо так.
Там установки никакие не
Секунду.
трогали. Я у себя ничего не трогал. Не лучше стало?
Так, секунду еще раз. Так.
Я просто пересоединился.
Вот, теперь все нормально, да.
Можем начинать, Владимир?
На
Нет?
нашей стороне проблемы. Да, да. Она тихо так.
Там установки никакие не трогали. Я у себя ничего не трогал. Не лучше стало?
Так, секунду еще раз. Так.
Я просто пересоединился.
Вот, теперь все нормально, да.
Можем начинать, Владимир?
На нашей стороне проблемы. Да, да. Она тихо так.
Там установки никакие не трогали. Я у себя ничего не трогал. Не лучше стало?
Так, секунду еще раз. Так.
Я просто пересоединился.
Вот, теперь все нормально, да.
Можем начинать, Владимир?
На нашей стороне проблемы.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Да.
Shall I start, Vladimir?
Yes, yes.
Very
Finally.
good. So, everything
Sorry.
is very good. You know, technique is not so easy, but works. That's the most important. Good morning, everyone. So let me start. I am following yesterday's lecture. It's about the international regulations. So till the break with this one, and then we will pass to some technological aspects. So about the treatment first, and then immobilization. So let's first with the international regulations start the morning session. Yesterday, I attended, maybe not the full session, maybe, I'm not sure. I am attended your introductory presentations, this session where you participants, I call you students, introduced yourself. And yes, of course, I'm impressed. Many PhD students close to their reports on thesis prepared and awards of the degree and the doctors. So I'm very pleased to see such interesting participation from many interesting places in the world. Let me now, but we are learning, colleagues, what to do. We are learning all the life, not only the students, PhD students, but also doctors that are here. Myself, I'm also learning. So this is an activity that is for the entire life. So okay, now works. You see here the topics that I would like to cover for you, to share with you. So I will focus on safety fundamentals and safety principles. And as a pathway to technological part, it will be the point 5 on reduction of waste hazards. So I already noted to you, this is the cover of the so-called Basic Safety Standard, BSS. It was published in 2014, the version which is part 3, General Safety Requirements. And dear colleagues, for anyone working in laboratory, in an industry, etc., this is the Bible. This is the basic document to be used at the working level. It has so many details there. Yesterday, from the room, it was the question, how to calculate the category for sealed radioactive sources. If you have a source, how to calculate? It is the first category, second, third, which are dangerous or extremely dangerous, or not so dangerous, so 4 and 5. And here it's a table that is contained here in BSS. You see the table. This is activity for D-value for different radionuclides. So you see here there is in this table, which is I took it today just in order to emphasize that. So laser pointer. You see here, this is cobalt 60. Let's say you have received a cobalt 60 source, and then you look to the D value in terabecquerel. It is given here. You know what is that? Then you take activity of the source that you have got, divide to this D value, and depending on the number that you got, you identify the category. So that's the logic, and the activities, D values are here in BSS. So it's an example how you use this in practice. It's a real, the Bible to be used, and you can download it. It has requirements, it has everything which is very, very practical and is international. So I mean, in your national regulations, you will have things that are in line with this BSS information. So let's move to our topic. So we are interested in the radioactive waste and radioactive waste management and things to do with radioactive waste. And here is the definition of the radioactive waste, which is taken again from BSS. So it stipulates that the materials which are waste, nobody needs them, no further use is foreseen. But if it contains or is contaminated with radionuclides at activity concentrations greater than clearance level above them, and they are established by regulatory authority in your country, then this is radioactive waste. And then all these regulation standards are enforced. So the question is that we are speaking about some clearance levels, some numbers, some figures, some levels that if we exceed them, then we will go to all this stuff. So the logic of work is shown in the right part of this slide. So let's say you got a practice or a material, let's say, which has some radioactivity there because it has. Maybe from nature, maybe it's contaminated, maybe it's artificial from somewhere. And then you have this criteria of exemption and clearance, some schedules, some numbers are there. I will show some examples of them. And you compare the content of radionuclides contamination in your practice, in your material that you got, let's say, in your waste that you accepted. And if they do not exceed this level, then we are speaking about exemption. You are not entering under the control of any regulatory authority. You are exempt. Nobody from nuclear regulation will check your activity because you are exempt. The levels are too low to be even considered by this regulatory authority. So that's the logic. You see, this is the green arrow shown that you bounced from schedule 1 and no business to enter. But if not, then you enter under the control of regulatory authority. But at least with the radioactive elements, we have the big advantage that these materials naturally decay. They disappear themselves because of the decay. So this time, it's written here, it may happen that the levels are not anymore. You know, the level goes down because of natural decay. And they go down until they are already below these levels in schedule 1. So then you cannot throw away the material. You need to ask your regulatory authority to allow you to clear you, to give you the clearance document so that you will not put into the jail that you are breaching some law. So after approval from regulatory authority that you are cleared, you put this waste as a normal waste. Maybe it's some chemical toxic, maybe not, maybe it's just trash, because you are cleared by regulatory authority. So it is this era. This time you are cleared and you got rid of these materials. But if the levels are still high, you are not exempt, you are not cleared, and you enter into the business of radioactive waste management under regulatory control. Therefore, we are considering, you know, these standards, recommendations, etc., etc. And here, in the definitions of what is exemption and what is clearance, they refer, in the definition of radioactive waste as well, to some clearance levels. And these levels are stipulated in your national regulatory documents. But there are international recommendations, and I am introducing them to you. So what are the criteria for clearance? And what is in this Schedule 1 of the BSS, Basic Safety Standard? You see here some text. So they explain what principle, what reasons are used to clear the material from the control or to exempt it. So this Schedule 1 will give you some numbers, some levels, which are obtained on the basis that under all reasonable circumstances, the effective dose that an individual, a person, will receive will be not more than 10 microsievert, not more than, it means 10 microsievert or less in a year. 10 microsievert or less. And you know what is the sievert. So this is microsievert, 10 to minus 6. But there are some scenarios, some possibilities when the likelihood is very low. So we speak about low probability scenario. They are not reasonable. And in this case, another principle is applied. Not 100 times more, 1 millisievert in a year. And then there are two situations. The first situation is like you work in a laboratory. You do research. And then in your laboratory, you have some moderate amounts of radioactive materials. You are not in a nuclear power plant, in a mine, somewhere in the industry, when you are dealing with the bulk magnitudes, bulk material, huge amounts, tons, millions of tons, maybe hundreds of tons, and so on. You are dealing with some liters, some grams, maybe even some milligrams, small amounts. You do some research. So this is moderate amount in a laboratory, typically. This is very typical for research area. Then you use the table 1.1 But if you work in an industrial facility, like our doctor from Kazakhstan noted, but she's working in academy. But nevertheless, your Kazakhstan is indeed a very powerful producer of uranium, or with a very high content of uranium. And then you are dealing with the bulk amounts. These are millions of tons, trains and so on with the material, bulk amount. Then, because the amount is very high, there is another table of clearance and exemption. This is table 1-2. And as for these ores and so on, they are not of artificial genetics. They arise from the nature. And there is a term which is used everywhere as an abbreviation, norm, that comes from naturally occurring radioactive materials. So this is radionuclides of natural origin. The uranium, it is in the nature, it is a remnant, from the very beginning of the Earth, 4.5 billion years ago, when the solar system was formed. A lot of uranium remained in this was actually the remnant of explosion of supernova. So that's a long story, not within foreseeable range to discuss. But this is a part of nature. So in this case, for radionuclides of natural origin, everywhere, it is used not 10 microsievert or less per year. It is used 1 millisievert in a year. So the radiation from these materials, norm, it is not less harmful than that of artificial genetics origin. It's also radiation. But you see, from the very beginning, they have to use double standards. For nuclear industry, they have extremely restrictive standards, which are 100 and 1,000 times more stringent compared with other industries. So immediately, the nuclear sector is in a big disadvantage. It has to put a lot of efforts, a lot of money, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of resources, because it's discounted. It has 10 microsievert, 100 less the level compared with that one for other industries, which are not belong to the nuclear. And that is the situation. Just be aware that everything in the nuclear, it's very, very stringent, and because of that, is in reality is very safe in reality. I in my introduction to yesterday, I explained a little bit to you where are the real risks, where they are really high. But our attention is focused on nuclear. So, if we speak about the naturally occurring radioactive materials, for them, everywhere on international level, the criterion, it is based on 1 millisievert in a year. And this is actually commensurable with the typical doses which we have in the nature around us. And here there is a little explanation about the typical concentrations. And you see, for example, everybody of us has a little of potassium 40, which is radioactive and is decaying. And the concentrations are other, because this is also norm naturally occurring radioactive material, as well as uranium. So there are other naturally occurring radioactive materials. Now, you can see here from very far, it's difficult to read the numbers, but this is the table 1-1, and the table 1-1 gives two numbers, two figures. The first one is activity concentration. It is in this column. So let's say tritium. In your laboratory, if you got tritium with the concentration up to 1 megabecquerel per gram, not a liter. So less than 1 million becquerel per gram. and the total concentration is not more than 1 gigabecquerel, 10 to 9 power, you are exempt. You can work without regulatory control with this amount of tritium. You are not asked to contact the regulator to get license, permissions, and so on. And the waste, if the total activity will be not higher than this amount, and the concentration not higher than this, from this column for all the radionuclides that are shown here. I just put in here to indication to tritium, carbon 14, and potassium 40 because they are norm, they are natural. But if you exceed these levels, then you are under regulatory control. And the table is extended. There are all kinds of radionuclides that you can meet in different activities. Now, if you work not for research, but for in industry somewhere, and you are dealing with the bulk amount of materials which contain radionuclides, so you cannot put the limit on the total amount because it's too big. Then there is a restriction only on concentration, activity concentration and becquerel per gram. And you can see here that now for tritium it was 1 million. Now it's just 100 becquerel per gram. So if in a laboratory you are working with concentrations not higher than 100 becquerel per gram of tritium, you are not under the control. You are exempt from regulatory control, nuclear authority control, and the waste after your research is a normal waste. It's not radioactive waste. Although, again, we understand that practically everything around us, including us, we are radioactive a little bit. And here there are other radionuclides. So typical strontium here is just 1 becquerel per gram. And if you speak about cesium-137, is 0.1 becquerel per gram. So this is per gram. It means that per kilogram there will be 100 becquerel. But if you are below, it means that you are not controlled, and these are clearance levels recommended by the International Commission on Radiation Protection. IAEA took these recommendations and put them into the BSS, Basic Safety Standard. And this is the Bible that we have to use in our activities. So how high are these levels that are used to justify, clearance exemption? So this is here. This is again the picture that I showed to you. It's taken from Japan, but the levels are typical. So here it's the average or typical, let's say, on global, the dose that we receive during 1 year, and the units are here in millisievert per year, not micron, milli. It means that the basis for calculations for these levels that I just demonstrated to you are here. So this is 10 microsievert per year, and this is 2,400 microsievert per year, which is average on global. But different places have different levels. So for the levels that you are sitting now in the room, perhaps there are some monitors, and but they are shown not per year. You should multiply to the time, so to the seconds or the minutes or the hours, depending what device will show to see on the year. But this should be typical, about 2.5 millisievert in a year. I noted to you that in Cornwall, in the United Kingdom, it's about 8. There are places when it is 10. So many hundreds times, even 1,000 times higher are the real levels of radiation around us. And these levels that are used in regulatory documents recommended everywhere by international organizations are extremely conservative. They are extremely low. They are over conservative. So you are, let's say, absolutely safe if you use these levels. You are very safe. Yesterday it was a question about iodine, and because of that, discharges of iodine that should be done following regulations. Also, this is a very short-lived, so you know, 131, it's 7 days, like that, as far as I remember. But discharges are regulated. You cannot discharge above the limits that are authorized. And I just checked because I forgot the number, but IAEA has published in 2019, so very recently, like a year ago, the General Safety Guide under the number 9. It concerns discharges. So the most updated regulations in discharges are in GSG 9. GSG 1 is classification. I explained it yesterday to you. GSG 9 is for discharges. This is a guide, safety guide, which is recommended to all the countries. So you can rely, is the most updated one. Here I put a table that I took from Japan because it was very concerned with the content of radionuclides and drinking water and so on. So these are regulatory recommendations that come from regulations in Japan on the content, but is given in becquerel per kilogram, not a gram. And it is noted, and I put here the numbers that are given in documents in BSS for exemption of moderate amounts, for bulk amounts, and here from European Union and from Japan, and Japanese use numbers that are even lower than European Union. They are very sensitive because you remember they were bombarded. Everybody is very still scared about everything, you know, radioactive, nuclear, etc., etc. So, if following this logic, so you could not be exempt, you could not be cleared, you are entering now into the business of radioactive waste management. So the practice that you do is under regulatory control. And how to ensure safety? And the answer is to use the IAEA safety standards, and there are many of them. But here on the top is the safety fundamentals. So in the system of IAEA standards, there are many standards, and these in red are dealing with the requirements. So you shall follow them. It's not much choice. You shall, you know, be in line with all these requirements. And among them, the part 3 is here. This is the Bible that everyone should consult in practical activities, etc., because the regulations are based on here. Most of the regulations, particularly in the research. But there are many other activities, so I explain to you the content of all kind of this what to do here. Predisposal management of radioactive waste and so on. So here again the requirements. And then you can find these requirements in your national regulations, and here you must follow them. But here is the basic safety standard where it is. So let's look, because on the top of everything, there are the safety fundamentals. So the IAEA has published in 2006 these fundamental safety principles, and the IAEA has put that fundamental safety objective is to protect people and environment from harmful effects of ionizing radiation, and explained 10 principles. So everything should be done following these principles. And they start from 1 with responsibility for the safety, who is responsible for the safety, and then about the role, leadership, justification, optimization, limitation, protection, prevention, emergency, and protection actions to reduce existing risks. And I will briefly follow these 10 principles to give some explanation along. So first of all, the safety principles are used through the entire lifetime of all facilities and activities, not only radioactive waste management. So they're equally valid, equally used for research, for institutions that do just research, for medicine, let's say, medical applications, for different applications, by nuclear industry, for nuclear power plants, as well as in radioactive waste management. And there is the explanation what it is meant, and under this word facility and activities. So here it's the long list of all kind of what is the facility. So can be nuclear facilities, irradiators, irradiation installations, mining also. Mining, it is also understood as facilities, and all kind of where we radiation, it's present, and the protection, it's a question to be considered, is required for the safety. And what is meant under activity? So you see here production, use, import, and export, and then you look to these principles of radiation sources, etc., etc. So the safety fundamentals give explanation on clear meaning of the words used throughout. Not all the languages have the same equivalent. Let's say the IAEA has 6 basic languages, so not just English. Arabic is also Russian language, French language. But the basic language in all the documents, the drafts, and then the documents, first publication, it's in English. So safety, it's an explanation that safety principles, they also concern the security of facilities. Let's say in Russian language, both safety and security are covered by the same word. It's just one word, and then we need to specify. So we say that physical safety, it's security in Russian. And safety, as it is understood in English, is safety in Russian. So safety principles, they cover both safety and security of facilities. So the measures that are in place, it's provisions for the design and construction to ensure the safety and security, control of access to prevent the loss, removal, transfer, use of radioactive material, and arrangements for mitigation of any possible consequences of accidents and failures when something will happen. So the principles are also for the question of security used. So the safety fundamental start with the fundamental objective. So it is briefly, objective is to protect people and environment for the harmful effects of ionizing radiation. So it's not to protect just people. Many elements, let's say, or parts of the environment are even more sensitive to radiation than the humans are. So we are not the most sensitive to radiation. Also, in many other situations, the environment species can be more resistant than we are. So the fundamental objective is to protect both people and the environment from the harmful effect arising from radiations. But it is also emphasized that this has to be achieved without limiting the operation of facilities and conduct of activities. So we must be reasonable because we can stipulate our regulations and put everything in a such level that we will not be able to do anything, because we will be over-regulated and limited to do anything. Should be a balance. So we should not limit our activities. So to achieve the standards of safety, and they should be reasonably achieved. So a lot of principle. The measures need to be taken. So we need to control the radiation exposure to the people and the release of radioactive material to the environment. We should restrict the likelihood of events that might lead to the loss of control of nuclear objects, reactor core, nuclear chain reaction, radioactive source, the source of radiation, and to mitigate the consequences of such events if they were to occur. So then there are these 10 principles that, if properly followed, then the safety will be ensured. So the first principle, it's about the responsibility for the safety, and it stipulates that the primary responsibility for safety must rest with the person or organization responsible for facility and activity that give rise to the radiation risks. So let's say in your country you have the regulator, which gives you all kind of the instruction how to do and so on and so on. But you, if you work, you do the activity, you are the person responsible for the safety, not your regulator. The regulator, it just advises you how to be safe. And it is also emphasized that, so you are a licensee, operator, and the responsibility cannot be delegated. So if you operator, so let's say you are not just a person, maybe you are head of laboratory or a director of the institute or a production unit and so on, and you have many workers, and you can ask someone to help you to do the activity, but you cannot delegate the responsibility to him. It is still your responsibility, the safety. The safety cannot be moved from the operator to anyone. So the prime responsibility stays with the operator. That's the person responsible. And because of that, if something you feel that will not go properly, you must insist, because you never will be exempt from responsibility. So here it's about the responsibility of licensee, so the person, the object who is doing the practice. So it is responsible for establishing and maintaining necessary competencies. So the personnel should be competent that does the job. Provides adequate training and information, and because of that, this regular training, learning session, etc., are established, maybe regular even examinations. Establish procedures and arrangements to maintain safety under all conditions. Verify appropriate design and adequate quality of facilities. Ensure safety control of radioactive materials that is used. Safety control of all radioactive waste that is generated. And here, the consideration of the fulfillment of licensing of responsibility in relation to operations and provision for the continuity and responsibility funding requirements in the long term should be given consideration to that. The principle number 2 stipulates on the role of government. So it says that an effective legal and governmental framework for safety, including an independent regulatory body, must be established and sustained. So the government is that the authority governmental that are responsible to have in place all kind of laws, regulations, and necessary authorities to control over the sources of radiation, to have proper standards and regulations to protect the people and so on. This is the responsibility of the government. So although there are these international documents, they should be adopted on the level of national regulations, and this is the responsibility of a government to have in place all kinds of regulations and to ensure that nothing is done illegally. So the illegal things should be prevented, and this is the responsibility of the government. So government established also a regulatory body for nuclear activities. We speak only about nuclear activities related to the radioactive waste management. So the regulatory body must have adequate legal authority, the competence, of course, to do this job, and human and resources to fulfill the responsibilities. It shall be effectively independent of the licensee. So you imagine the situation if the regulatory body will be paid by the operator, by the licensee, then will be forced, to do the documents as the operator will dictate. So an effective independence should be ensured so that the operator will not be higher by his statements than the regulator. Also, they should work in harmony to each other. The regulator body must set up appropriate means of informing parties in the vicinity, the public, interested parties, information media about the safety aspects, so that not speculations will be in place, and consult parties, so reply to the questions to the public and so on, in an open and inclusive process. Then we move to the principle number 3. It's about leadership and management for safety. This must be established and sustained in organizations concerned and facilities and activities that give rise to radiation risks. So it's actually about the management systems that safety has to be achieved and maintained by the means of effective management system. And some of you who dealt with the management system know that there is an iterative process, that it's a regular updating of the management systems. And through this management system, the safety culture is promoted, so that everything it is done following the best practices and obeying kind of principles of safety culture. In principle, through the management system, it is emphasized about the graded approach, and also about the safety assessment, where the systematic analysis of normal operation and its effects and ways in which failure might occur are considered, and also the consequences of such failures. And the safety assessment covers the safety measures necessary to control the hazard, and the design and engineered safety features that are assessed to demonstrate that they fulfill the safety functions required. And here there are some schemes that shows the development, deployment of the safety approach and safety assessment procedures. The principle number 4, it's about justification of facilities and activities. And again emphasizes that activities and facilities that give rise to radiation risks must yield an overall benefit. So the benefit from the activities that we do must overweight the radiation risks. If you remember, in the classification lecture yesterday, I showed to you some examples of classifications of radioactive waste. And I noted to you that in Russian Federation, there is radioactive waste, which is removable, and there is radioactive waste, which is special. This is direct application of this principle. So the special radioactive waste, it is where the benefit of dealing with this waste is too low to overweight the radiation risks. And because of that, there is no reason, no possibility and reason to deal with this special radioactive waste. So some of legacy places resulted from military activities, from peaceful nuclear explosions that were to test the possibility of use of nuclear explosions and preparing some reservoirs underground and other things. So they are approved by regulatory authority in Russian Federation as special waste, and they are kept safely without removal and processing, as it is dealt with, let's say, operational waste from nuclear power plants, their processing facility, and other. So here it is again emphasized that this is done at the level of governments. So here there are different cases. And also it's about the medical applications. In the case when we apply nuclear energy for medical purposes, we are delivering to the places, to the tumors, let's say, extremely high doses with the purpose of benefit to the person. So here, all the regulation and so on are not the same, because we are clearly about all this 10 microsievert per year. We are speaking about little doses, but they are delivered just to the tumor. So the benefit is to the patient. So because of that, among the regulatory documents of the IAEA, there are special situations like that one that I participated, safety guide for the use of radioactive materials in medicine, when it is specified how all these regulations are applied, and also what to do with the waste and all other things. The next principle, number 5, it's about optimization of protection. So it's aiming to provide the highest level of safety that can be reasonably achieved. The common sense should be used everywhere. So it's in concern, let's say, if the work can be done by a person, there is no reason to submit to do the job many people and to expose them if there is no reason to do that. So to account for likelihood of enduring exposures, the magnitude and distribution of doses, radiation risk arising from the events, and economic, social, and environmental factors. So to take all that into account and to make a reasonable balance, like in this cartoon that I put here, to balance in such a way that there is a kind of optimization and everything it is kept in balance. The next one, it's about limitation of risks to individuals, to a single person. And measures for controlling radiation risk must be ensure that no individual bears unacceptable risk of harm. And based on ICRP recommendations, practically the same are everywhere in countries, but may slightly vary from nation to nation. These occupational doses, and you may pay attention that it's a question of millisievert per year, and this is for the people, occupational means the operators of nuclear facilities. So they have their regulation which follow typically these doses. And for the public, you see that one which is much less than the natural background, but is off the order, and is the same which is used in norm, because norm is natural, it's already there. So this is a table that it is in IAEA recommendations, but it is taken from ICRP, but typically you'll find the same figures in your national regulations. And how high or low is, you can again compare here. So this is for a public one, and here it's naturals that you see in the case of Brazil here, it's 10 times higher. So it's to have the impression about the magnitude. So principle 7, it's about the protection of present and future generation. And that it emphasizes that the regulatory documents that we are using today are not worsening this time, and they are the same for the future. So we are not leaving, our problems for the future people, because the radiation will extend in time. The decay will occur during millennia and so on. So the people environment present and in the future must be protected. It also emphasizes that the safety standards apply not only to local population, but also to remote people. The remote can be over the borders, so on international level. So you see here, second generation should have not to need to take significant protective actions, because we already now today take all the actions that ensure the safety. So we protect current ourselves and the future generations from harmful action of and also emphasizes the minimization. So we should keep the generation of radioactive waste, so must be kept to the minimum practicable level, again practical, so to use as far as possible recycling and so on. Principle number 8, it's about prevention of accidents. So all the practical efforts must be made to prevent and mitigate nuclear or radiation accidents. And the tool which is used, it is called defense in depth or multi-barrier concept. It is when and the symbol of that is the Russian doll Matryoshka. So the object is that one doll, and then we have many barriers around it, so that there is a defense in depth. There are many barriers around the let's say nuclear objects, so that is protected. And an effective management system is very important. A good site, so site selection important, the design and the engineered features, operational procedures to ensure the safety, and accident management procedures. So if something will happen, how to deal with it. So that's principle 8. Principle 9, it's about emergency preparedness and response. So all arrangements must be made for emergency preparedness and response for nuclear or radiation incidents. So here it's about the goals of preparedness and response. It's necessary to ensure that for reasonable foreseeable incidents, radiation risk would be minor, and to take practical measures to mitigate any consequence for human life and health and the environment. And also in safety fundamentals, it is emphasized that when urgent protective actions must be taken promptly, let's say an emergency situation occurred, like in Fukushima happened 10 years ago, or in Chernobyl, or there were smaller level accidents at nuclear facilities, then for emergency workers only, it is acceptable to have levels that exceed the occupational doses that I have shown to you the table that are normally used, but only up to a predetermined levels. So some temporary levels are approved at the governmental level, which are used only for this practical situation, like this was in a former Soviet Union, that immediately after the Chernobyl catastrophe, other levels for emergency work were approved and used in this practice, and similar things in Japan. So the last principle about protective actions to reduce existing or unregulated radiation risks, it's about the natural sources of radiation, about legacy sites and so on that are already in place, and the protective actions to reduce these risks must be justified and optimized. So for radiation of essentially natural origin, when they emit radon emission can be like in the mines, let's say decay of uranium, the radon gas, it's there in concentration high enough. Legacies of human activities conducted in the past, former mining, former just in few countries, but nevertheless activities military related to military purposes, and remediation measures following an uncontrolled release. So what to do aftermath and let's say in Chernobyl and Fukushima. So again, here it's about the sufficient benefit and optimization. So everything should be reasonable. I'm closer to finish, so some 5 minutes. The radioactive waste management principles. In a previous IAEA publication that is now superseded by the fundamental safety principles, so 3 of them were combined in one, published in 2006, Safety Fundamentals. There were radioactive waste management principles that were quite reasonable. So there were only 9 of them, and they were developed and recommended only to radioactive waste management. Whereas these fundamental safety principles are universal in any kind of activity, including radioactive waste management. And they are actually inside of these 10 distributed somewhere. You see here these 10, and there were 9, and they, you see here, they're not absolutely the same. So it was just protection of human health, then protection of environment, beyond national borders, but this is contained now here. Future generation separate, burdens on future generation again, legal framework that now went into the first, control of radioactive waste generation, so recommendation on minimization, generation and management interdependencies to account that this is a very long activity in time, and safety of facilities. So there were these principles. They are not wrong. They are all, but they do not have any more, let's say, the legal force because they were superseded by the fundamental safety principles. So to know about. A couple of words about the reduction of the waste hazards. So because I'm passing in the next lecture on the treatment. So there are hazards and risks. And my cartoon here shows what is the hazard and what is the risk. So the hazard is anything that can cause harm. So, you know, in my cartoon, the crocodile, which is somebody extremely hazardous, but you know, there are other hazards, you know, some flies, some mouses, they can look hazardous, and some people can be extremely scared by a mouse, but we should not overestimate the hazard. And then the risk is the chance that someone will be harmed by the hazard. So it's not immediate transfer of the hazard into the risk. I put here, but no time, you know, to discuss again about these doses. But following the principles, systematic and progressive reduction of hazard, accounting for principles should be done. So when we see a hazard, we should justify our actions, optimize them, and then remove the highest hazard on the shortest time scale. Recognize that temporarily we will have an increase of the risk to achieve an overall reduction. So if you try to put a cage for the crocodile, someone should do this job. So this is recognition that temporarily we will have an increase of the risk for this person to achieve the reduction of the hazard. So then everybody can approach the crocodile, look to it without any risk, although the hazard is still there. And apply a state approach when uncertainty in plan state. So here we have the safety fundamentals where we have to use them, and I came to the conclusions, which are safety standards. It's safety fundamentals plus safety requirements plus safety guides, and we also have some examples in technical publications provided by the IAEA, which give example how these standards are used safely. So these practices just show that everything can be done safely. There are 10 fundamental principles which are the basis for the development of requirements and guides. And safety standards reflect a consensus on what constitutes a high level of safety, and everything it is available to be downloaded from the IAEA, and you can then print and use these all documents, recommendations, etc. And dear colleagues, again, I attended yesterday the session when you introduced yourself. I saw that there are many PhD students. Ask your supervisor, discuss with him, and maybe that you can be interested to publish some of your results. You are interested in publication, in sharing your research that you completed, and you then are invited to submit this special issue of sustainability. This journal belongs to the so-called quartile 1. So it's a quite high level of publication to get a high esteem. And again, I am the chief editor of Science and Technology of Nuclear Installations journal. It's a quartile 2, also high level of esteem journal for publications. They both, sustainability and my journal, are free accessible, open access journals. So you have to pay a lot to publish your paper. But as for the journal that I am chief editor, the policy of Wiley Kindali, it is that a number of countries, including some are present in this room, are exempt from the fee, publication fee. So on the website you can find if you are in the list, and then if someone of you PhD students will submit, don't worry about the fee, but you will be able to publish your paper. So many thanks for your attention. Let me finish and stop sharing.
Thank you very much.
Maybe questions, please.
Yeah. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
My question is in the last radio waste management principles. I see two phrases, number 4 and 5. One says protect the future generation. The second says burden on the future generation. I mean, what is the exact difference between these two principles?
Sorry, can again repeat, because I missed. I not clearly understood the question. So the difference in between what and what?
In the radio waste management principles.
Yeah.
If you see number 4 and 5.
Okay, because I closed my file, let me look what you ask about, and then I'll between 4 and 5. Just a moment. Sorry, I should leave also for the screen. So the 4 says about protection of future generation,
and
the
5th
burdens on future generation. So first, again, these principles are again legally not anymore valid. So they were superseded, but the content it is kept. And maybe to even namely to avoid these questions and so on, they were not stipulated anymore in such a form. But in the past here, the protection of future generation was emphasizing that now, let's say we have these clearance levels, we have some numbers, some figures, and they should be so that the future generation will be protected. So not just the ourselves. So to account, let's say, for mutations, for some genetic consequences of radiation. So we will avoid, some effects when so let's say much the reproductive organ in the humans is gonads. So the doses to these gonads are much lower compared with the doses, let's say, to the skin and other organs which are not so sensitive. So the future generation are protected for any genetical change and so on and so on. No genetical consequences of over radiation. The doses that we are receiving are such that no change in DNA, you know, this genetic material occurs. And the burdens to future generation is something different. It is, let's say, burdens to future generation. Let's say that we understand and we see even during, you know, our not so long lifetime, that new technologies are developed which do the job much better than in the past. And we see that this time, some of actions that we did in the past, we shall redo them because the technology was not available, the good containers were not available, something like that. And now we have this in place. So here it can be an incentive, you know, let's accumulate the radioactive waste, let's say in some place, store them, and the future generation, they will be much smarter, more technique, everything better, more educated and so on, and they will do this better than we do the job. So let's put the burdens to future generation because we have many things to do now. And we see from the practice that indeed the things are gradually done better and better. But these principles does not allow us to do that. It says, no, do the job now. If the future generation will decide, the future generation, to redo, he will do. If not, not. But we must do as best as we can now, today. So we should not move the burdens, you know, put for them this task to be done. We must do everything ourselves as good as we can. That was the difference. And now that was distributed among other 10 principles and is not lost. It is still there. That we cannot leave the job on radioactive waste for the future generation. We must do ourselves it. We must, you know, process the waste and dispose it off.
So
Safely.
there is sense.
Safely.
So the sense of number 5 is we should not give the burden for the future generation.
Not leave the job for them.
Yeah.
And the number 4, it's about the consequences of our regulatory documents. They should be safe both for us and for future generation.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, I would like to thank Professor Ojevan again, and we will have a short break now, just before the next lecture. And I have just a few technical notes. First of all, please sign in these 2 papers. One is for your presence for today, and one is for checking the correctness of your name, because this name will be on certificates. So please just check if it is correct or not. If it is correct, just sign in and that's it. Okay. One more. We have a slight change in the schedule, and I will show you for the schedule. So next lecture will be the liquid radioactive waste treatment. Then we will have lunch. Then it will be a short presentation about different matrices for immobilization of radioactive waste, just overview of different matrices. And then without any break, it will be a lecture about the cementation of radioactive waste. Okay. And after coffee break, we will have small practical task where we will prepare cementitious materials and what is called magnesium potassium phosphate ceramic or matrix. So it will be interesting, I guess. So and one more note that on Saturday you will have a guided tour in Moscow. it will start at 10 from the hotel, and I think it will be additional announce for that, but just for you to know that it will be organized and everything is okay. So now we will go for a break, short break, and we'll meet you at 11:30. Yeah.
So when we resume, Vladimir, exactly when we resume?
Михаил Иванович, я думаю, можем продолжать.
So if everybody is ready, Vladimir, everything is good with the sound? Okay, dear colleagues, let's now move to the treatment of liquid radioactive waste lecture.
Михаил Иванович? Yeah, okay.
Со звуком все окей, да?
Yes, да.
Okay, very good, very good. So here I will move through this lecture with its content, which is given here. So I'll focus on most frequently used methods of treating liquid radioactive waste. So in the research laboratories, you may have under development other methods, maybe, for example, some biological and so on. But in my lecture, I will give you, the basis, the things that are already used, well approved, well-proved methods that are known as doing very well in the industrial applications, on large-scale applications. For practical applications, maybe the facility is not large scale, but so all the things will be explained here. And because of that, I will mainly give you the method of precipitation, which is used in ion exchange and sorption, evaporation, and membrane. And these are the main methods that I will introduce to you to know. So again, I'm starting with the basic safety standard, which gives us the definition of radioactive waste. So the radioactive waste, it's a radioactive material that can have different forms. So this lecture is about the liquids, can be gases, can be some solids, but we in this lecture are looking to the liquids. So if in these liquids we find that the concentration of radionuclides are higher than clearance levels, this is radioactive waste. And then we cannot store the liquid radioactive waste indefinitely because it's very mobile. If something will happen with the vessel, then everything around will be contaminated and so on and so on. So we need to transform the liquid into a solid, to put in a container then, and then to dispose it off. But before doing that, treatment may be required. So the lecture will be about the treatment. This is a part of radioactive waste management scheme, which is shown on this slide. So disposal is disposal, but then let me make again the laser pointer. Maybe it even from far you'll see a little bit. So pointer option, laser pointer. So disposal, yeah. Now pre-disposal management in processing. And in processing, you see here, there is pre-treatment and treatment. Pre-treatment and treatment. So these parts. And again, here it's the story. So in the upper part is the generation. But before doing anything, we should characterize the material. All kind of these activities in radioactive waste management, which was not shown above, should start with characterization. Otherwise, we don't know what we are dealing with. So the first step is to characterize the waste. Because, reminder to you, could be other options in place. Can be the option of discharge. And this is the case of liquid, you know, it's a liquid. Maybe that you are allowed to discharge it. Because let's say you are below the clearance levels. And then, you know, you work in your laboratory, but the levels are so low that you can just into a sink, discharge that and forget, because there is no any harm. Any expected dose that they are ridiculously low, even achieving the clearance levels that I just explained to you. Or you may discover that you are dealing with just you have in your material just some short-lived, very short-lived radionuclides, and you can store, you know, the material for, let's say, a month, or I don't know how long, maybe just a week. And due to the decay, no any more significant radioactivity. Again, you are below the clearance and discharge, and that's it, job done. And only if these options are not working, you will go to the treatment. So but even the treatment, you need the data, the information about what kind of the material you are dealing with. And if these options do not work, then you see here, can be discharged? Yes or no? No. Is the waste long-lived? Here it's given on my slide 50 days. So it's a reasonable time. If it's just 50 days or much shorter, then you can store, wait, and then discharge. But if the radionuclides are longer lived, not long-lived, but longer lived, they live longer than 50 days, then you have to wait too long. And then it depends on the real situation, of course. Then if it is cesium, clearly you cannot wait, you know, 300 years for a order of magnitude decay. And you go to selection of a treatment method, and you go to this part, which is pre-treatment and treatment together. And actually, I will cover this part of the scheme, And after the break, lunch break, I will move to this part, which is immobilization. So in principle, there is some logic. You see, if we looked with you on these things, on discharge, storage, decay, we know how to do it now, and now we move to this part. But first step is to characterize, everywhere to characterize. Characterize can be that the information about the material, it's available from the documentation. You perform yourself your work, you prepare the solution in a laboratory if you do research. And the results of characterization are known to you, and you just prepare the report, document on characterization, which is based on information. That's one situation. But another situation can be that if you are in a waste management organization, you were transported to you a canister with some liquid, and you need to characterize it to know what is there. At least to check if there are some documents together with this canister, at least to check, but maybe that it is not known at all. So here, some examples on a large scale application of nuclear energy in a nuclear fuel cycle. So that's a table that shows typical waste volumes generated in the operational phase. And let's say for the liquids, which are so-called evaporator concentrates, they are generated by nuclear power plants during the operation of nuclear power plants. And typically, the normalization you see, it's per 1 giga what year. So it's a typical nuclear power plant that operates during 1 year. And it will generate typically, it depends everywhere, but typically 50 cubic meters of so-called evaporator concentrates. And what are these evaporator concentrates? This is a table that shows examples from nuclear power plants in different places of Russian Federation. So that's actually from the former Soviet Union. So the Leningrad NPP means the nuclear power plant, which is not far from St. Petersburg. Then there is a nuclear power plant in Kursk, the city of Kursk. And this is one in Chernobyl, which is now in Ukraine. But at the time of Soviet Union, these nuclear power plants, these channel type reactors, the same type of reactor, they operated in former Soviet Union. And you can see here, and they are evaporate or concentrates the content of some fission products. So you see here cesium. This is shorter lived, 2 years. This is 30 years roughly, but it's 30.2. This is activation product cobalt and actinide. So it perhaps came from nuclear fuel due to some maybe not tight something. So a little contamination was in the Kursk, but here not measured. So most probably not present at all plutonium, which arise due to the nuclear reactions that occur in the fuel. So transmutation reactions. So the plutonium was formed there. And these are VDR reactors, which are pressurized water reactors, Russian or Soviet Union design. So this is Kalinin nuclear power plant, Kola nuclear power plant, Novorossiysk nuclear power plant. And also you can see here, this is in becquerel per cubic meter, not a liter. So because of that, you know, the numbers are quite high here. So in liter, that will be 1,000 times less. So these are the concentration of radionuclides. And here, it is also shown what is the chemical composition of these evaporator concentrates, which is liquid radioactive waste. So aqueous, the water is the basis, and in these waters, there are dissolved some salts. And you see here, there is sodium, there is potassium, and so on and so on. So this is the concentrations in kilogram per cubic meters now in the same evaporator concentrates from the same nuclear power plants. And this is content which is quite typical for nuclear power plants to give you the impression about the chemical composition of this liquid radioactive waste there. So this is the full information about the total salt content in kilogram per cubic meter. So then will be gram per liter. So these are concentrates, because you see it's a lot of the salt in the liquid. So it's not just, you know, water with some dissolved salts. They already passed through the process of evaporation, and these are so-called bottom residues from evaporation process. And also the pH is important. It's not the same. You can see here some basic compositions, neutral, little bit basic, and so on. And yeah, and here other information. So that's the information about this. So if you look to the liquid radioactive waste that are generated by nuclear fuel cycle, the volume are not small. And this was example. There are other examples as well. So the treatment of radioactive waste, independently, is that solid or liquid. We are considering liquid, but can be any treatment. The treatment objectives are 3 everywhere. So the first one is to reduce the volume, because the volume is very important and is very costly. We need large volume for storage, and then we pay for this storage. The smaller, the less the price. If you transport, again, large volume, less cost. If you will dispose of, then the cost can be huge, very, very high. So what is the reason to dispose of? And the liquids are not allowed at all to be disposed of. But the volume, the higher the volume, the higher the cost. So it's a very big reason to reduce the volume if only that is possible. So volume reduction is the first objective of treatment. The second one is removal of radionuclides from the waste. Again, if that is possible. So to remove it and to concentrate it somewhere in a smaller part. And change of composition. That is very typical to solid waste. If, let's say, we are dealing with some material which is burnable, can cause a fire, then we will use incineration and transform into oxide form, and the composition is different and not anymore any danger hazard of the fire, let's say. But the same can be for liquids. If you are dealing with some very basic solutions like you saw above, or very acid solution that was not shown but can be in a laboratory that you dealt with something, so can be very corrosive, then you will change the composition to make this liquid more safe for storage, let's say. But also for treating this waste, you will need to change the composition to use some processes, and some of them require this change of composition. I will show you just a little bit below. So let's say some methods like sorption, ion exchange are sensitive to the pH. So then you need to change the composition. In most cases, the treatment of liquid radioactive waste goes like splitting the material into fractions. So it's like in the schematic. You get here this water which is contaminated. So they say aqueous waste. The contaminants are there, distributed in this large volume. We pass everything through a facility, through an equipment, through technology, and we are getting two streams. The one stream is water, which is clean, purified. And another, it's the sludge, where we removed all radionuclides from here and concentrated here. So the small stream, which contains the bulk of radionuclides, maybe some remnant up here. So that's in most cases. And for the treatment processes of liquid radioactive waste, the decontamination factor, it is used as the main characteristic of technology. And the definition is that you take the specific activity. So initial concentration is this one, A0, and this is the final. So A0 is here, and final, it is there. And if here it's a very, very little content of radionuclides, then you have a very high decontamination factor. It means the technology does very well the work. It purifies very well, removes most of radionuclides, and the content here is many times. So actually you can find the content of radionuclides here, dividing this one activity to the contamination factor, and you know the content here. So it's a parameter that will be given further. And now we are moving to the treatment technologies. So the most developed treatment technologies are these four: chemical precipitation, and then there is ion exchange sorption method, and then there is a method of evaporation, and then there are the methods which are called membrane methods. But if you look to a technological scheme of practically any processing facility, then you'll see many devices, different devices, because regularly, typically, everywhere, a combination of methods it is used, not just one. Many, several of them are used, or consequently the same method, let's say it is used 2 times in steps in order to decrease the concentration. So a combination of methods it is used in order to achieve the target of fully purifying the radioactive waste from radionuclides, extracting them. And this is the table that show the main parameters of this basic methods. So you see here, for chemical precipitation, what are here, and here you see here, this is the decontamination factor, and it's also the volume reduction factor. It practically, it's not absolutely the same, of course, but it is close to it. It's of the same order understanding of it. So you see here for chemical precipitation from 10 to 100 for beta and gamma emitters, and 1000 times for alpha emitters, but sometimes even more. You can achieve decontamination factors. This one is for ion exchange, you see here, and this one is for evaporation, where you see huge decontamination factors. So it's a very effective method to use evaporation to decontaminate, so to purify, we say, to treat liquid. This is a treatment of liquid radioactive waste. Can be up to 100,000, so 10 to 6th power. And then you know, this is not the same as here, because the volume reduction should also account, you know, you will need to keep this salt somewhere and so on. So the volume will depend on in the solution what you got there. And the same it is here. So it's close to that, but it's not necessarily the same, because volume reduction should account for what are you doing to the waste that you finally produce. And then here it's about the drawbacks, application types, scope of application, maintenance, and about the cost. So chemical precipitation, it's relatively low cost. Ion exchange is relatively expensive. It's mainly for most expensive for synthetic ion exchangers. So the natural are cheaper normally. And this one, evaporation, it's very effective, but requires a lot of energy, because you need to spend this energy to evaporate the water, and that's just simply costly. It is done regularly at nuclear power plants, but it's because at nuclear power plants you have a lot of energy which is not needed for anything. It is too much energy there generated. It's used, you know, to cool down everything and so on, and then can be easily, very effectively, at practically zero cost, use this energy at nuclear power plants. And because of that, all the nuclear power plants use evaporation technology everywhere because of excess energy. And also membrane methods here you can see. And in membrane methods, there are several types of application of membrane methods, and because of that it is split in microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, and there is also reverse osmosis. So I will, the table is very useful. It is also giving, you know, the information about the usage and so on, and the secondary stream generated, where the use membranes you need to do something with them, and so on. But when I will get to the point of explanation of membrane technologies, then we will look more on what is there. So the most powerful method in membrane technologies is the so-called reverse osmosis, which removes not practically everything which is in water. It is removed by these membranes. The decontamination factors, it is shown here. It is well-established method of operation. Compete with other methods, so the membrane methods can be used to obtain deionized water even. But of course require high pressures to pump the water through these membranes. And in order to pass per unit of time more water, you need larger surfaces. Because of that, the membranes are wrapped in form of tubes, and in between these layers, the water is pumped through membranes that are surrounding in form of cylinders, and because of that, the devices typically are in form of cylinders. And the membrane methods typically they work all together. So then this typical view of such devices, but they typically are a combination of microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, and then reverse osmosis, just in order to remove first larger size particles, and then to pass the last step will be the reverse osmosis for a full purification. So these are useful types of membrane technology. After characterization, and after you know that there are these methods, and we will speak about them a little bit more in detail, you have to select a liquid waste treatment system. To make a decision on that, you need to account for factors. And typically, the factors, the first one is characterization and segregation of liquid waste. So you need data of characterization before you decide on what method are you going to use, and maybe purchase the equipment and organize it and everything, this technology to work. The second one is to look on discharge requirements for decontaminated liquids, because as a result of use of technology, you will obtain two streams. The first one is this sludge, so is the waste, this concentrated radionuclides in a smaller volume. But the purified liquid, the water that you consider that is clean and has very little content of radionuclides there, almost nothing. As you proceed with that, it may be possible that you will ask for discharging. If the volumes are large, then what to do with this water? You need to discharge it, and in order to discharge this water, you need approval from regulatory authority, and they have requirements. And from myself, I have examples of let's say anecdotal or situations when depending on that, the situation can be different. So just to be very short, we had a campaign that was more than 20 years ago when I worked. By the way, you are going to visit the Radon Institution in one of the days to have a visit to Radon, which is not far from Moscow. So I worked for this institution, for this organization for 20 years. So it's a long history of work. So we had a campaign of purification of contaminated waters on a nuclear submarine base in Russian Federation, the northern part, where several thousand cubic meters of contaminated waters were stored on a ship. So we completed our work. We purified all this water, and several thousand cubic meters of purified water were pending discharging of water into the sea. And you know that in the sea, the concentration of salts is very high. It is above 10 grams per liter. So it's a lot of salt there. You know, the sea water, you cannot drink it, it's too salty. And in the rivers and so on, we are dealing with the so-called sweet water. We can drink it. It's not salty. It is drinking water. You should carefully drink the river water, but you know, it's so-called sweet water. And the regulatory authority in former Soviet Union at that time did not allow us to discharge our water, which was clean from radionuclides, no more radionuclides in this water, into the sea, because the content of salts was some 5 to 10 grams per liter. It was even below the content of salts in the sea, but the regulations that they had in place were for sweet water, for river waters. And we were forced to purify from the salts, these thousands of cubic meters of water, that, you know, any job can be done if required. So it was the funny story that we diluted a little bit the seawater with our sweet water. But you need to pay for everything. So, you know, the regulatory things are very important. You need to look on available technologies and their costs. You need to think about conditioning the concentrates, the sludge after the treatment, because they are still liquid. They contain too much water and it's not safe to store them and it's not allowed to dispose them. So we need to account for the condition of storage and disposal of the conditioned even concentrates, what to do there. So all these factors are important. So then different combinations and so on will play with different effectiveness. You can see here some photographs of the facilities. So these are from this radon institution that you are going to visit in one of the days. This is the modular facility that we used in the story that I just told to you. That was the facility in a ship container. So it worked for a couple of months. So completed this work. This one, it is not from radon, but was used in Chernobyl to decontaminate some water from transuranics. And this one, it is an interesting facility from radon, a mobile one, and it's interesting because it's modular and is mobile, and can be easily transported, removed from one place to another. And IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, purchased several, can't remember exactly, up to 10 such facilities, and supplied several countries. By the way, one of participants is from Serbia. The Serbia, as far as I remember, was also supplied. The name of this facility is Zaka Express. So this facility was supplied to Iran. It seems to me to Syria as well. So not myself, I worked in doing this job. But as far as I remember, it seems to me to Uzbekistan. We have a doctor from Uzbekistan. It seems to me that also in Uzbekistan, it was supplied through the IAEA, such a facility, in order for national projects to help, you know, in this country to purify the water. So the name of facility is Zaka Express, and not only. So to some nuclear centers. Yeah. So you can see here the parameters of this facility, but can be scaled. So the capacity is not high, it's 300 liters per hour. So for 1 cubic meter, you need to wait more than 3 hours to process the water, but it's not so low. And then the volume of secondary waste, it's from 1%, so 100 times to decrease the volume, or at least 10 times. You see operational range of the temperature. You can work outside. You need some power supply, of course, but not so much, just 3 kilowatts. You need some space for it, and it's just 1.5 tons, so it's an attractive, good capacity processing facility that agency in national projects was delivering, and not just one to several countries, for your information. So let's look now to the technological schemes, technologies that are used to treat liquid radioactive waste and aqueous radioactive waste. So things start with the so-called pretreatment. So it says pretreatment because the objective of treatment, the first one, is to decrease the volume. And the pretreatment does not decrease the volume. It does something which prepare the waste for further treatment, further reduction of the volume, but must be done, otherwise the treatment will not work. And because of that, it is named pre-treatment. It's a step which is called pre-treatment. So what is the pre-treatment? Can be sedimentation, coarse filtering, when you remove some debris. In your waste, you can have something there that can be sedimented in form of sediments and removed. because otherwise you will damage, the pumps, clog the pipes, lines, and interfere with the treatment steps and so on. So this is the pre-treatment. The volume is the same after pre-treatment. Can be chemical adjustment, which aims to oxidize some organic contaminants or decompose some complex species that again can or to change the valence state of elements, change the pH, something like that. So chemical adjustment. So this filtration schematically looks simple. So you have a filtering material, and they just sand and gravel, and you pass your waste through, and these large size objects that are in the liquid will be filtered and remain here. So filtration actually in the radioactive waste treatment has a definition, and this is given here. It is when the water is pumped through a layer of granulated load or macroporous material with the pore size up to several micrometers, can be woven material, filtering paper, and suspending particles, can be water emulsions or liquid particles, are embedded. So mechanically they are trapped in the filtering material. This is the filtration. So sedimentation, and can be natural, but can be pressure. So you apply some pressure to pass the material through the filter, or suck the material using vacuum filtration. So you see here the characteristic. Can be also used centrifugation, hydrocyclone techniques. All of them, this is pre-treatment because the volume of the liquid is the same after application of this method. So for filtering, typical cartridge filter looks like here. So your liquid, your water, enters into the filter, here into the body, and then you have here like a mesh, the filtering material, and your liquid passes through this mesh. So this is the element, and then you got here the outlet, and then you pump further your liquid for the processing there. The pH adjustment. So I noted to you the pH of solutions of evaporator concentrate from nuclear power plants. So by adjusting the pH, many things can be done, so that advantageously you can lower the pH and you can increase it further there. Again, to this certain purpose, like precipitative removal of metals from ADT-A complexes, and then first you lower the pH, so then you will get the dissociation of this ligand and release of your radionuclides into the solution, and then you will get back to the high pH and move further. Chemical oxidation was noted, but again here for destruction of some organics, improve the precipitation, flocculation, etc. And as elements here, it is noted chlorine, ozone, hydrogen peroxide, potassium permanganate. It's a very powerful agent, oxidizing agent. So then rapidly you can oxidize the iron, manganese, and so on and so on. So after these methods, there is again here chemical reduction can be needed to be done using some reagents here. But for after these methods, the volume it's the same. So after the pre-treatment, when the volume was not changed, but you prepare the liquid, the solution to be treated for further treatment, you pump the water for one or another technological unit, and that first considered precipitation. So the principle of operation of this technology, it is to use an insoluble material to remove the radionuclides from the liquid, from the water. And the majority of precipitation methods, they use metal hydroxide flocks that are formed under neutral or alkaline conditions, and then they are able to remove the radionuclides. And the radionuclides are hydrolyzed, and they are likely to be either absorbed on the flux that are formed there or co-precipitated from the solution. So the mechanisms that are working in precipitation are displayed here. So you apply a carrier, and in this co-precipitation, so let's say the concentration of radionuclide is not high enough, then it will go together with the some other element which precipitates. So let's say strontium will precipitate together with barium sulfate. They are both insoluble, and the strontium can be in small concentration in the solution. But together with barium sulfate will precipitate, so you'll find the radionuclide and precipitate. You remove the radionuclides already sorbed on the particulates that are in the waste. So schematically, very schematically shown here in this picture. So they can be absorbed on these flux, or you may add here an absorber, so then they will precipitate together down to the vessel. So the stage, the first one, it is when you add a reagent, or you adjust the pH by adding this reagent chemical compound into your solution to form the precipitate. And at this stage, it is typically, so in the laboratory, you shake it by hand and so on, so you mix everything very well. So in a facility, it's done by the unit, by a agitator, and good agitation, vigorous agitation, it is applied. It is to ensure a good mixing of your added chemicals with the water, and so to disperse it uniformly into the solution. How long to do it? Not very. So you need a kind of optimization, because when you add this reagent, the flux, the precipitate start to form, and if you will continue indefinitely to mix, you will start destroying, this flux, so fragmented and in parts. So should be here a kind of optimization to not decompose further the flux which are formed in the precipitation. So you stop mixing and you wait for flocculation. So you can apply slow stirring here of the mixture, or stop at all stirring, and then the particles are formed which agglomerate to each other into larger, and they will settle down to your apparatus. So you get the sediment layer here, sedimentation, and then you just separate two phases. So you let's say pump from the upper part of the vessel. Here it's the water where there is no anymore contamination because it was removed here and stood. So you pump from the down of your vessel the sludge which contain the majority of radionuclides. And here some useful the reactions, let's say, some also useful. So some of them, but here for typical radionuclides, so if your contaminants are some actinides, let's say, or some radionuclides of these elements, or maybe strontium 90 here, or some ruthenium, and so on. Here it's the typical that it is known that they work very well, and here it is shown the expected decontamination factor, and you see that for actinides it's very, very high. It was noted in this summary table that I already presented to you, these decontamination factors. But here it's shown also the range of the pH, so not necessarily, to go to the basic range. You see, in some cases you need to go to the acidic ranges and so on in order to process the work. And of course, you need some chemistry calculations. You cannot add the reagents. So again, you need to account for solubility of product constant the material, to calculate the amount of needed material into the solution in order to achieve, to be above the solubility limit and to have precipitation in the system. So you need some chemical simple calculations and gain knowledge about the waste that you are dealing with. Typical how it looks, very simple in the case of precipitation of the apparatus. So this is a technological scheme, let's say. So this is the working apparatus actually, where you have this mixer, you have the pipes for pumping that you change the levels of pump first from upper part and then from down part, and then have here the vessels necessary for the reagents, for the initial waste, and for the sludge and for purified water. So on another scale, you can see here some modular design, very simple, very simple. In some cases, by the way, not large scale, not on large scale facility, that apparatus can be made of glass. So you can see everything through the walls. In some cases, there are windows here made of some the possibility to look inside of the apparatus. And of course, there are here the level measuring devices so that the process is kept under the control. So it's a little bit simplified here, just to show. So the next process, can be after precipitation, but can be alone. It depends on the situation everywhere. So is ion exchange sorption. So let's say you are dealing with a solution where no suspended particles, but in ionic form. Let's say you get, like in this picture, you get some calcium, too much calcium. Can be an analog strontium, but in ionic form in your solution. Then you can use ion exchanger, which will bind all your calcium in this cartoon. And instead of calcium, we release the sodium from here. But in our situation can be radioactive strontium. And here you get non-radioactive sodium. And on ion exchanger, all the radioactive strontium, it is captured, ion exchanged, and kept on these polar groups of ion exchanger. And there are cationic ion exchanger, anionic, so they are designed to capture cations or anions from your solution. So that's work schematically. And the device, the technology can work both in a batch operation and continuous operation. So you keep the material in a batch and then exchange and so on, or continuous. You pump slowly through the media your solution, and at the exit you have the purified material. But ion exchanger should be selected again depending on the situation, and there are many ion exchangers. So you look on the sorption capability. You will need higher if you are dealing with the more content of radionuclides. How selective they are. So if in your solution you have strontium and calcium. Calcium, let's say it's non-radioactive, but strontium 90, let's say it's radioactive. You have competition between them, and then it's better to use a selective ion exchanger, which will select just the strontium or just radioactive, let's say cesium from there, and not take the sodium, which you don't need. You are looking to the sorption kinetic, so you are interested to work quicker. Chemical and radiation stability is extremely important, because if the ion exchanger will be gradually destroyed, they will start to contaminate your solution. Hydromechanical durability, just mechanically, due to the attrition in between the materials, they can be fragmented in smaller particles. And things should be available and not too costly. For ion exchangers, it is used the distribution coefficient. The definition of it is given here. So you are looking on the concentration of radionuclides again in the initial solution, in the final solution, and you are looking here on the solvent mass. and you are comparing the content in the solution with the content in ion exchangers, and the higher the distribution coefficient, the better. Here is the list of commercially available ion exchangers and sorbents. So the first are organic ion exchange reagents. They are really very good. And then there are many that are also used. So clinoptilolite, natural one. It seems to me that one of participants, students noted some synthetic clinoptilolites maybe, or zeolites, something the same family. You see here synthetic zeolites, aluminosilicates, silica gels, and so on. So there are many. So these are natural, these are synthetic. Ferrocyanides, and you see here that there are many. It's just some of them I noted here. The last are biosorbents. So even some residual materials after the processing of some materials, you know, maybe even some banana, I don't know, something, you can obtain some residual materials of organic origin that are capable to sorb very well, you know, the radionuclides. And you see here turf, lignin, heating from you know, processing of the wood, processing of the wool. So these things can result in good sorbents, and on not a very large scale they can be very effectively used, but there are really very many. Here it's a table of inorganic ion exchangers in the United Kingdom. So natural zeolites are used. They are actually brought from United States, from Mojave Desert, but nevertheless they are natural. This clinoptilolite used in the United Kingdom in Sellafield. So they are used to remove cesium and strontium, the main contaminant from this fuel storage ponds of United Kingdom. Here other aluminosilicates you see here, and others. So it's just to give you an impression and example. This example again, it is taken from different sorbents available in Russian Federation and former Soviet Union. So ion exchange resins here, natural and modified silica aluminate sorbents, and their behavior distribution coefficient you see here for cesium and for strontium at different concentration of nitrates, because nitrates are typical. I did not emphasize, but if you look, we can look together back to this evaporator concentrates. These are basically nitrates. And because of that, it's interesting to know the behavior of ion exchangers together with the nitrates, and how they work with the material that contain nitrates. Stability, important to note that most chemically stable in a wide pH range are ion exchange resins. They are most stable, and they are also most stable mechanically, and they are not expensive and so on. And because of that, they're used practically everywhere. Also, they contain some organic material and so on. And the further treatment of ion exchangers can be more problematic compared, let's say, with zeolites and other inorganic materials. So here is to show you how that it can be just one type of ion exchangers. So cationic or only anionic, and you have two columns, or even in one column you can have here the layer which is ion exchange resins. So we'll capture the anions undesired, and then cation exchange resins. So we'll capture them. Some information about the capacity. So if the content of salts is very high, then ion exchange works not good. But depends, of course. So this is a kind of generic. So there are exceptions. What means regeneration? You can, after the work is completed, consider the ion exchangers as waste, but you can make regeneration. So apply some solutions which will remove back from the ion exchangers your radionuclides into other solution, which is much smaller by the volume with the waste that you treated, and use again the ion exchangers. Then you speak about regeneration. It's information about ion exchanges. So we can stop here design changers and move to evaporation, which is a very effective process of, this is distillation. So you transform your water into water vapors. And if the radionuclides which are contained in this water are not much volatile, so if there is tritium in the water, your tritium will go together with vapors. So no much, distillation of, no, it's not effective method. But for cesium and other radionuclides which are not volatile, they will not be evaporated, and because of that, your vapors will be practically non-radioactive. So apart that, you need to spend a lot of energy, and here it's how much you need to spend for 1 cubic meter to transform into the vapors. So here's the theoretical heat consumption for 1 cubic meter of the water. This is a typical, this is theoretical. You are losing some energy, because of that we spend a little bit more, and this is shown a typical facility. So what is here? So you have a large size cylinder which is hot. So it's hot, heated by the steam, and typical 0.5 megapascals, so 5 atmosphere pressure, 150 degrees. You put here and heat the device, and you transform your water, which is pumped. So you heat all this device, and you transform everything into the vapors. So you have this steam jacket here, and then from here further you are dealing. So here you need this demister. You need in the vapors you have some aerosols, and you need the larger of this mist. Let's say you stopped it, not allowed to go together with the gaseous phase, and your gaseous phase, it is then pumped, and here goes to the condenser, where it's transformed back into the water. So the gaseous phase here, it transforms into the water, which is practically clean, because the contamination factor for evaporation is very, very, very high. And I put here that this condenser should be kept cold at low temperature in order to decrease the temperature of the vapors. And I see that all of you have a good technical background, and some of you are even from the nuclear industry. But nevertheless, if you see these cooling towers somewhere, cooling towers, they are connected to just the condenser. So they don't have any access, to these loops where the waste or the concentrates are treated and so on. So they are cooling the condenser only itself. So these fluids are really just water, nothing else. Here it's about the information about the typical steam consumption, and because there is a lot of heat and steam at nuclear power plants, these devices are at nuclear power plants. So evaporation of liquid radioactive waste with low ozone content is normally carried out in 2 stages. So it is done twice in order to concentrate and to get to the concentrations at the level of hundreds grams per liter. But if you have already this concentration, then typically you do just once, not more. And here again, these features. So the contamination factor is very high, up to 1 million times. But there are process limitations. It's a high temperature process, so there is some scaling, foaming, corrosion, some volatilization of volatile radionuclides. So these things they occur. Yes, so it's just to show you one device which is taken from operating a power plant, where to look on the parameters that they're characterized as just generically. So I noted to you this pressure, but the temperature can be lower, and so on. So the evaporation is not suitable for waste effluents containing large concentrations of inactive salts. It's expensive compared with these other processes. So let's say if you look to the flux, so this is precipitation, then it's 20-50 times more expensive because you need energy to evaporate everything. Corrosion can be problem. Some organics, you know, tributyl phosphate in the processing plants, then you will live. So it's a solution in nitric acid, but it's there. So the last method to be considered is the membrane process, which during last decades became very, very popular, and it's popular in general industry, not it's becoming only popular in nuclear. It's a very effective, and this is the cover of an IAEA document which provides a lot of the details about the membrane technologies, and some of the pictures and diagrams and tables are actually taken from this document. But here it's to show that depending on the membrane, there are different methods that can be used to process different types of particles, species, which are in our liquid radioactive waste, from fine particles to some ionic and organic molecules, and different methods that use the temperature gradient, the pressure gradient, the electrical field gradient or concentration gradient, and then you will have different methods. And for the pressure, application of pressure, if you do not apply any pressure, then there is filtration, or a very small pressure or vacuum, this is still filtration. But if you start to apply a higher pressure, you move to microfiltration, but you are able to start removing colloids. Then ultrafiltration, the finer colloids you remove. Higher pressure, nanofiltration, but macromolecules even can be removed. And reverse osmosis, much higher pressure required, but you can remove even ionic and organic molecules from the liquid. So the explanation of that it is given here. These plots show first that membrane methods, you have micro, ultra, nano, and reverse osmosis. And then it's, let's say, this is your stream. And here, if the pressure is very low, so large size pores, you remove just suspended particles. You need to apply some pressure, sensitive pressure, to remove some macromolecules, then some larger. And if you want to remove even the ionic species, then you need quite high pressures, and the pore size are really very small. And the characteristic pores are shown in this part. You see, so if you have the stage of reverse osmosis, then you purify the water like in a distillation process with evaporation. So then you are expecting to have overall here the same decontamination factors like in water evaporation. But you imagine you just keep the pressure very high. So you don't need to put too much energy like in an evaporation. And because of that, you save a lot so you don't need much energy, and you're not paying for the process. So here it's again the explanation of the process that I just noted to you. What kind of the membranes are used? So you see here different types. I will show you some pictures, the method, and the range of application. And this is a useful plot that compares. This is for a specific case, but is you know in the selection. This is the price per cubic meter of purified water. So if you speak about the distillation or evaporation, is the same independent on the content of salts here, because always you need to evaporate all the water. So you need the same amount of energy in order to produce the vapors and then to condense them and so on. So it's the same. And this is the cost that you pay for the energy. And for other methods, this is a membrane method which is called electrodialysis. So you use the difference in the potential. You put some current that force the ions to pass through the membrane. This is the reverse osmosis that apply pressure in order to move the ions through the membrane. And you see here that if the content is small, then you pay much less compared with the distillation. Because here it's logarithmic scale. You see, this is 10 times more. So this is perhaps this 20, 50 times more compared with the reverse osmosis. And this is for ion exchange as well. So for a low content of the salts, the process can be even more effective compared with the reverse osmosis. So ion exchange plays. It's a good method. It's a cheap method. So that you know helps in taking the decision which method to use when you are dealing with one or another waste stream. To introduce to you the terms, so you pump here through your membrane, and if it is passes here, then the water that passed through, this is permeate. The people who work, the doctors and laboratories, so sorry that I'm repeating for you. And this is retentate that didn't pass through. And there are two types of filtration: conventional filtration, so the material passes through the membrane, or can be cross filtration. When the streams go this direction, then the filtrated is this direction. So this is cross filtration. And this is the scheme again that shows this is the size of in micrometers of the pores in the membrane. And these are different methods. So you see filtration, microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nano, reverse osmosis, and what type of contaminants they are removing. So here you just the sand and so on, fine particles, and here you get to the ions. So it's the repetition of things that I noted to you. Here it's a little information about concentration that are allowed. So there are range of for different membranes. So again, it's not universal. You need to look in which range, but the range are not so. This is narrow, of course, but here you get from acidic to the basic. So it's a large range of operational range. Different types of membranes are used. The information is given with advantages and disadvantages in this table. And you see here flat, the area, tubular, when you wound, so you wrap in a spiral, or hollow fibers can be used, like it is shown in these pictures. And here for their advantages, and of course the problems that you have in different, so that the membranes are different. And that is how it looks like the tubular one. And here the properties, so where you have for this a higher packing density, much more and compared with the flat when you just use the surface. How to do the cleaning, how to do the replacement, the materials that are typically used, and the common applications where they are used. So I left nevertheless some 5 minutes for the questions. The conclusions on the lecture on the treatment, it is about the most frequently used methods, which are chemical precipitation, ion exchange, sorption, evaporation, membrane methods, but they are typically used in combination to achieve the necessary level of purification and to do that most effectively. And here it's some publications, some textbooks from the IAEA technical documents, and you may pay attention that these are not safety standards. These are now the so-called technical publications, so technical reports area, or these are all technical reports here. There are also so-called tech docs, because they are not giving you the indication how to do things, but they show how things were done safely, so that you can use as an indicative the methods described in these documents. So these are practices already approved, checked, and the agency considers that once they are published in the IAEA publications, they can be used in the member states of the agency as good practices. And this is an overall university manual. It is a university manual, not in Russian Federation, United Kingdom, but nevertheless, it is used also by the expert specialists with many quotations and so on. But it's not free available because it's published by the LZ. And dear colleagues, again, PhD students and researchers, look to your research that can be published. So thank you. I finished and stop sharing.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice review of all these technologies. And do you have any questions? Please.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. I would like to ask a question about ion exchanger methods and membrane methods. Is it possible to regeneration the exchanger and membranes, or we can use only one?
The answer is yes. It is possible to regenerate ion exchangers, and it is possible to clean and regenerate membranes. But because the regeneration will produce secondary waste, you should account for this. You should account that you will need to do something with this waste after that. So you, from one side, you are saving, because you can use again your ion exchanger. You can use again your membrane. So this is the plus. But the minus is that you obtain some liquid radioactive waste, and not only liquid, can be also something which should be managed. One thing. The second thing, you need an operator to do the job. You have to pay to him, and you know, you need to account for this work. And because of that, in many cases, regeneration is not done. For example, in this facility, which is named Aqua Express of Radon, that was purchased by IAEA to many countries, there is a device which is a cartridge filter at the beginning of it. And it is made in such a way that after it completes its work, it is made in the form of a drum. You just close this drum and dispose it off. You do not do any regeneration, because if you will do that, then you will have almost the same volume back. And this is not good to do. So
thank you very much.
The answer is yes, but the situations are different. So let's say you work in a laboratory with a small volume, then most probably you should do regeneration, because you know you can do that many times. But in other cases, not, and in many cases, not.
Thank you very much.
I have two questions. First of all, during sedimentations and filtrations, we are not dealing with the density distributions. For example, the waste and the host metals both have the same density distributions, then it will be difficult enough to sedimentize the different materials having different densities. So density distribution is not considered at all in filtering or in sedimentation process.
So these are different things. So filtering, you pass through a filter your stream, and the filter mechanically stops something which is suspended there. And then something which is suspended can have almost the same density. Let's say you have some emulsions, like milk. The milk, you know, it's emulsion of some various materials in some water solutions. So emulsion, you know what is the emulsion. And you pass this emulsion through a filter, and the droplets of organic liquid are stopped by the filter. So the density is close to each other in the droplets and in the water. Nevertheless, the filter works. It does its job. It does not allow the emulsion particles to pass through the filter. In the case when these are solid materials, also you can have some solids with the very density very close to the density of the water. Can be, you know, some putrefied wood, something which is the density again is close, but the filter will do the job, because filter just mechanically, you know, stops everything. No way to pass through these holes in the filter of the material mechanically. Sedimentation uses the difference in the density, of course. What is sedimentation? You need to have a higher density of the material that will, due to the gravitation, go down. That's why the sedimentation occurs. The gravitation is different, acts. So if there is no sedimentation, it means does not work, and you need to look to other method. But this filtration and sedimentation is not the same.
Yes, sir. I understood. I wanted to know in both cases how this density distribution works, but yeah, now it's clear. My second question is, please briefly explain a little bit what are the procedures involved to play the pH value starting from 1 to 2 to lower down up to highly acidic, up to highly alkaline, 12, 13. The first step is to lower down up to 1, 2 level pH, and then second step to enhance it up to 12, 13. What are the procedures involved?
This is done typically by adding reagents. So you add acid and decrease the pH. You add bases and increase the pH.
So
But
only additional. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
This
an
is
external
typical.
process. Okay.
This is typically. It is like you do this in your chemical laboratory, these titration experiments. Then you change and move.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? If it is not the case, then thank you again. And now we have a lunch break. And we will meet again at 2 p.m. So we have a bit more than 1 hour. I guess it's enough. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, colleagues, dear students of our school, I suppose we can start now. Almost everyone is here now. My name is Anna Matvienko. I'm a PhD student of this radiochemistry department, and Vladimir is my supervisor. And today our talk is very close to my PhD dissertation work. And we are going to talk about matrices for the immobilization of radioactive waste. So from the beginning, nuclear energy is safe, clean, reliable, and can gradually replace fossil fuels to avoid big amounts of pollution in the environment. It also keeps the air clean by removing thousands of tons of air pollutants each year that contribute to different diseases, cardiovascular, lung cancer, and smoke and acid rains. Hello. But still, of course, there are some back-end problems that have to be solved. Something about nuclear waste that is a byproduct resulting from utilization of nuclear energy, both in nuclear power, power generation, and other applications such as medicine, industry, agriculture, and research. Safe and effective management of nuclear waste is crucial to ensure the sustainable utilization and development of nuclear energy. And nuclear waste have to be conditioned. Conditioning includes immobilization and packaging of nuclear waste. And the immobilization in durable waste forms is one of the most important steps for overall safety of any storage and disposal, to make nuclear waste safe for storage, transportation, and final disposal. And materials for the immobilization are thus at the core of multi-barrier systems of isolation of radionuclides from biosphere, aimed to ensure the long-term safety of waste. As you know, suppose nuclear fuel cycle is chain of working processes from uranium mining to the final disposal or conditioning of radioactive waste. Nowadays, countries operating nuclear power plants have the great aim of closure the nuclear fuel cycle. And this can be realized by a system that combines using thermal and fast neutron reactors, so that these new types of reactors, new types of fuel, including recycling spent nuclear fuel, these new ways are developing. And one of the major tasks, of course, is management with spent nuclear fuel. So there are two options for used fuel: reprocessing to recover and recycle the usable portion of it, and long-term storage and final disposal without reprocessing. The first one belongs to the closed type of nuclear fuel cycle. And some of you, I suppose, know about reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel by the Purex method. This is chemical method used to purify spent nuclear fuel for nuclear reactors. And Purex is, in fact, the standard aqueous method for nuclear reprocessing to recovery uranium and plutonium from spent nuclear fuel. And it is based on liquid-liquid ion exchange extraction. And the term Purex raffinate describes the mixture of metals in the acidic in the nitric acid, which are left behind when the uranium and plutonium had been removed from the spent fuel by the Purex process. This mixture is often called, known as high-level waste. So now Purex raffinate is stored in stainless steel tanks and before converted into glass. This type of technological process is heterogeneous. And as you can see here in the diagram, it is assumed that lithium potassium chloride eutectic will be used by pyroprocessing or combined technology for reprocessing mixed nitrid uranium plutonium spent nuclear fuel. In contrast to technological processes in aqueous organic systems, processes in chloride melts have such advantages as high radiation resistance of liquid phase, internal safety of processes, the possibility of regenerating spent nuclear fuel with a short exposure time, and a smaller amount of regenerated radioactive waste. The resulting waste is a mixture of chlorides, alkaline, and partially rare earth elements. And of course, this waste have to be converted into a stable form or immobilized. Now let's remember the various classification of radioactive waste. I'd like you to help me somehow. So if we are talking about stage of aggregation, what 3 types of radioactive waste we can name? Liquid, solid, and gases. Yes, sure. Thank you. And if we are talking about level of activity, simply 3 types. Low, medium, or intermediate. Yeah, and high level waste. Sure. If we are talking about spent lithium potassium chloride eutectic, it refers to solid high level radioactive waste. Schematically, all the types of radioactive wastes are shown in the slide, where relative volume is indicated along the x-axis and relative hazard is indicated along y-axis. So we can see that nuclear fuel cycle is mostly the main maybe source of radioactive waste. And generally, radioactive waste are classified based on their origins, chemical and physical properties, total activity of alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. There is no way to accelerate the radiation decay. Thus, radioactive waste must be safely disposed for more than 1,000 years until it is no more hot or hazard. Heat generation is one of criteria for this classification, so that low-level waste produces extremely little amount of heat. In case of intermediate level waste, it is significant, but still active heat removal is not required. And high-level waste is characterized, of course, by high level of radiation, and but probably its most distinctive feature is that it involves special handling and considerations such as thick biological shielding, engineered cooling systems, and the most stringent requirements for immobilizing matrices. The major consideration in the management of high-level waste is its isolation from the biosphere and avoid any significant release radionuclides, at least at concentrations that could be hazardous for men. and it should be safe over the extended time scale during which these possibilities exist. Since it is impossible to guarantee safety of engineered barriers during the entire storage time for high-level waste, that is hundreds and thousands of years, it is obvious that the first and the last barrier are the most important. So about matrices, in general, the following requirements are imposed. That is high chemical resistance, radiation resistance, long thermal stability, maximum volume reduction ratio, mechanical strength, good thermal conductivity for matrices for high-level waste, the value of viscosity allowing to achieve homogenization of the product, and it is important for forms of radioactive waste obtained from the melt or mixing of solid radioactive waste in the melt, homogeneous distribution of radionuclides, compatibility with the geological environment, simplicity, reliability, and safety of production technology, resistance of biodegradation, and extremely difficult extraction of radionuclides components from the form of radioactive waste, but it is like chemical resistance. So it is practically impossible to create such form of radioactive waste that will meet all these requirements, especially for high-level waste. But still, this research is going, and the ways should be the way should be found somewhere. And in the framework of our today's talking, we will consider 4 types of matrices that can be used for mobilization of intermediate and high-level waste. They are glasses, ceramics or composite materials, glass composite or glass ceramic materials, and cements. This table shows generic features and limitations of considered waste forms. And now let's go through each of the type in more detail. Now vitrification is the only industrialized technology for high-level waste immobilization. And it is attractive because of such advantages as high capability of glass to reliable immobilization and to reliably immobilize a wide range of elements, simple production technology, small volume of resulting glassy waste form, high chemical durability, and high tolerance of glasses to radiation damage. For example, on the picture B, here is the amount of glass matrix that is used for high-level waste that produced by using electricity, power energy by only one person during 80 years, only this amount. 2 main types of glasses are currently used to nuclear waste immobilization. They are borosilicate and phosphate glasses. The exact composition of nuclear waste glasses are tailored for easy production, preparation, melting, avoiding phase separation and uncontrolled crystallization, and acceptable chemical stability, for example, leaching resistance. Here you can see the table with example of borosilicate glass for high-level waste studied in Russia. But however, returning to the issues of spent eutectic mixture, borosilicate glass couldn't be used to mobilize it because of high volatility of salt composite under operation temperature of borosilicate glass and low chloride salt solubility in glass matrix. To solve this problem, many researchers have developed a mobilization method of chloride waste. And two main approaches for mobilization of salt waste have been proposed. The first one is direct mobilization using chlorine-containing waste forms, such as glass-bonded soda lid, chloropatite, and telluride glass. And another approach is dechlorination. That could be by converted metal chlorides into oxide form through heating or chemical reactions, or adding ammonium dihydrophosphate for the thermal conversion of metal chlorides into phosphate glass. And after dechlorination, the products could be vitrified with a conventional glass matrix. Vitrification is not considered as an ideal variant for mobilizing radioactive waste, high-level waste, because of processes operates at high temperature, and it could lead to volatilization of cesium isotopes. Currently, the problem of spent electrolyte management hasn't yet been solved, although various approaches and materials are being developed. For compounds of natural origin minerals and their synthetic analogs deserve attention in the search of a sustainable form for cesium and for this type of waste. And in literature, there are a lot of examples and compositions of solid matrices with such structures types as pyrochlor, pollucite, cosnerite, and K-struvite. For example, magnesium potassium phosphate is an effective mineral-like material which contributes to retardation of highly toxic radionuclides that makes it sustainable for mobilization of high-level waste, of intermediate level waste, any level of radiation. And it is a synthetic analog of natural mineral K-struvite, and could be produced at room temperature by this reaction. We will work with this material a little bit later during our practice. As I mentioned, studies with glass composite materials show that for reliable fixation of a significant amount of alkali chlorides, they have to be preliminarily converted into the forms of phosphate or oxides. In other words, into the conventional technological optional forms. And ceramic and glass ceramic matrices are more reliable alternatives to vitrified ones. Prospects for the use of glass ceramic material is determined by the combination of advantages of glassy material and crystalline one. So simultaneously, there are chemically and radiation resistible crystalline parts of this matrix that could include long-term, long-lived radionuclides, and a glass phase in which relatively short-lived radionuclides are localized. Incorporation in ceramics have number advantages over vitrification. For example, the rate of leaching from the ceramic based on thin rock is increased only in 25 times when the temperature increasing from 45 to 300 degrees, while for borosilicate glass it is in 250 times. In addition, the density, thermal conductivity, micro hardness, and fracture toughness in crystalline matrices are significantly higher than that for glass. Ceramics based on clay materials were proposed for mobilization even earlier than glass. And to reduce the release of radionuclides from the matrix to the biosphere, matrix material have to be as close as possible to the surrounding host rocks. That's why it was proposed to use bentonite clays as a possible material for matrices for a specific radioactive waste from pyroprocessing of spent nuclear fuel. These finally dispersed materials consisting of more than 70% of rare mineral montmorillonite have a large specific surface, become very durable after annealing like all the clays, and are able to retain all alkali metal ions due to their layer structure. One more variant of immobilization is encapsulation of waste that is achieved by physically surrounding it in material, and typically bitumen and cements. So it is isolated and radionuclides are retained. Physical encapsulation is often applied for intermediate level waste, but can also be used for high level, especially when chemical incorporation of radionuclides in the surrounding is possible. But in more details, the next speaker, Professor Ojivan, will tell you. So I'll just would like to add some words about bitumen matrices. Bitumen is a generic term used to cover a wide range of high molecular weight hydrocarbons. And there are three main types of hydrocarbons occurring in bituminous materials: asphaltenes, resins, oils, and oils. But now the acceptability of bituminized waste in geological disposal is questioned because they don't meet safety standards caused by combustible and organic character of material. So alternative solutions are still thinkable. For example, a low temperature method that based on the removal of hygroscopic water soluble salts, mainly sodium nitrate, and of the majority of the compounds that are the most sensitive towards radiolysis. And another way would be to get rid of bitumen matrices and just replace it by a glass matrix. So maybe that is all that I want to say today. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. Thank you. Mm-hmm. In general, so maybe you are talking about problems with monocrystal phase, yes? So when we use crystalline matrices. The application, the methodic is not so difficult. It is mixturing, sintering, or annealing, and then this the product, the mineral that we can produce, that we can get, we can analyze the product and understand if we obtained the final structure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Increase it what? Uh-huh. You mean that there are not enough properties of glass to be the good matrix? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Of course. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Second one, you will say that there is 4 types: ceramic,
there are more types, but in this talk we could consider only 4.
Okay, from the side of concealment of the thing, because high area waste is residual heat.
Mm-hmm.
It's good fuel. So how can we classify the 4 materials? Which one is the best?
Which one of the best from these 4 types?
Yes.
You know, this question we would like to ask you after our practice, but all of these types have good sides and not so good sides. That's why all of them are still researching, investigating by a lot of scientists all over the world. Just as for me, my work is related to ceramics matrices. And going back to your first question about glasses, there are types that there are approaches that we could use to process with spent nuclear fuel and waste before encapsulation in glass. So it will not change the glass properties, but it would be much reliable than if we do nothing with waste.
From the term conductivity, I don't remember the number by heart, but in general, when it's Russia, there is a criteria for acceptance of solidified nuclear waste, and there is a criteria for production of this final form. And usually we are limited by this number of production. So it doesn't matter how much heat, specific heat the radioactive we have to prepare the final form in such way that the heat production will not exceed 2 watts per cubic meter. So thermal conductivity is an important question because it's not enough then it can be inside the capsule because the matrix cannot meet all this heat and it can melt or somehow degrade inside the capsule. So it is an important question, but anyway, we are limited by the number of regular.
We make processing before the ideal waste. Still making the shielding.
It's not the shielding materials, it's not the glass itself. It's not used as a shielding material. It's only used, for example, there are special glasses with high content of glass that you can use in special cameras where operators are working with radioactive materials. But for shielding, another term, it's not shielding, it's really insulation of high level waste. So it's not shielding from the gamma radiation from high level waste. It's an insulation of high level waste, and then the shielding material, materials are used on the specific area.
I mean the contribution material which we put radioactive waste. Must have that properties to be shielding material,
No, because then you have additional barriers with biological shielding, with huge thick walls of cement or whatever. So the glass itself doesn't need to.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a limitation in solidity. If you put a lot of lead, you have a good shielding material, but then you cannot additional recognize, for example, so it's a limitation in solidity of elements in glass. So
the glass itself has very high temperature.
Depends on the type of glass. There are plenty compositions that can melt at 600, 700, but porcelain glasses, of course, have high temperature, something like 1,000. 1,000.
Thank you for the presentation. If I understood correctly, you mentioned in your presentation that for high-level glass, at least the barrier should stand layer of integrity at least 1,000, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's enough? Because as much as we know that high-level glass, their activity will take longer and longer time, around maybe 1 million years if you don't do any transportation or something.
That's why it is at least 1,000 years.
Okay. Another question. I don't know the situation in Russia. Maybe you know. And is there any plan for future that is there any final disposal project in Russia?
Yes, right now it is only a project, but yes.
Now the it's a huge project. The final repository site is already selected, and we will get it to Krasnoyarsk, the region. And the first step is the construction of underground research. Just to perform a lot of research activities to that this place is suitable for final repository way. So this year they started the construction. So they constructed some buildings that are located on the surface. And they started, as I know, the of the wells that will the first step will be this construction of underground research. They will finish. They finished in 25 or a bit more years. So finally, it will be, and it will answer the question. It will be on the year on 3 years. Then they will the construction. Positive, and so they. So in 5 years.
But why we are creating natural matrices where the naturally some matrices are there, for example, conglomerate, dyslexia, they are natural matrices. And these matrices has way for temperature resistance. Maybe the conglomerate of dyslexia, perimeter loss. Instead of making it artificially, they have natural matrix. If the host row is dyslexia conglomerate, that is one of the set of sites with respect to thermal resistance, with respect to porosity permeability, with respect to the ability to host the second thing. To mention about deep ignite luminous. So that compositionally graphite has the same properties, only structural difference. So why we can't use graphite? Much safer with respect to temperature resistance, because like we have discussed, you already mentioned about thermal effect as there is thermal effect. All cold products are sensitive to that. But graphite is not sensitive to that. Is there any idea of it thought goes in that direction, or it's not?
As far as I know about graphene, it is it doesn't require all the steps because of maybe not enough chemical resistance or water resistance. So there are or even mechanical strength. Yeah, but when we encapsulate waste inside it, the properties are changing. So
the problem that you should convert waste in this form.
how can we do it?
To convert all your radioactive waste in the form of this road. And it will require a lot of force. So even to produce graphite, good. You convert all organic compounds into a file. Maybe it will take graphite is good. It's maybe in future, our future generation. No, there's. Yeah, but it's very difficult to produce it. Yeah. In large scale, yeah. Okay, maybe finish. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, but maybe we'll about this during our practice, because the time is to the next. Of course, I will. Yeah,
So you can,
we'll meet later. Bit.
and quite. Mikhail Ivanovich. So
I'm
now,
here.
yeah, perfect.
Here. So do we move to my talk?
Yes, without any break, just.
Okay. Many thanks to Anna. She did a good job and made a little bit easy my my part a little. So let me share my screen. It should be this one. Okay. So we will look with you colleagues to immobilization of radioactive waste, but with the focus just on cements. But a couple of words also I would like to say about other things. So you see, at the beginning there is a little bit about what is immobilization actually and what are the waste forms. And I will introduce you now the parameter that characterizes the retention of radionuclides. Not everybody is aware, and I'll focus your attention on that. And then I'll move to the cements and the technology and a little bit about durability. So the focus is on cementation. So at the beginning, nuclear sector, it is a very well developed. It is regulated, highly regulated. Even you saw at international level, and it has its terminology. So when you see the word conditioning, it has a very exact meaning. It's not something that we may understand in other parts, making something to look into the good condition. Partly yes, but the exact meaning of the conditioning for as it is given in the glossaries and documents of the IAEA, it is here. So conditioning is operations that produce a waste package which is suitable for handling, transport, storage, and disposal. So if you said I'm conditioning something, then it means that you are not, something just precipitating or doing something in a laboratory. It means that you prepare the package which is suitable for handling, transport, storage, and disposal. So the conditioning may include the conversion of the waste. So if it is a liquid, you can convert it into a solid waste form, but may not. If you put into a container, dedicated container, some solid waste, this is also conditioning because you are producing a waste package. So just careful with this terminology. In the nuclear part, it is exact one. And here the definition of immobilization. It is when you convert the waste into a waste form by using solidification, embedding, or encapsulation. So by using this immobilization, you reduce, the potential for migration, maybe dusting, that means dispersion of radionuclides during handling, transport, storage, and disposal. The definitions are important. So package, you see here examples of waste packages. So this is the product of conditioning. Conditioning does packages. And then in the package, we have inside of it the waste form. We have from outside the container, but inside there are some barriers as well. Can be some filling material, some lining material. And this is the definition of what is a waste package according to IAEA. So the schematic here of a French waste package, you see the container with the lid. There are inside some primary waste package. You know, these drums that we do, packages that are intended to be put into this container. And the gaps that exist in between these primary packages can be filled in with some bentonite, maybe some cement. It depends, in different places, it's different. So the definition, what is the waste for? And let me make again, oops, the laser pointer. This one. So in the literature, you can find waste form, one word, or waste form. This one is not so much confusing. This one a little bit may confuse you, but their equivalent is the same, waste form. So this is the waste in its physical and chemical form after treatment and or conditioning, when you get a solid product. So now you know that the treatment, it's not producing necessarily a solid product. In my previous lecture, the sludge is the product of treatment, but you need to solidify it to make it solid, and then you will get the waste form that you can put into a container and get the waste package. And only the waste package will be allowed finally for the disposal. So waste immobilization, partly very well uncovered. So she explained that there are different waste forms, waste immobilization methods. And when the waste form is selected, again, there are important factors not to be forgotten. So here, 7 important factors. So we would like to have a good waste loading to put into the waste form as much as possible, but there are limitations because the property can be compromised if you put too much waste. And then, of course, we are interested to have a method which easily produces the waste form in reasonable conditions, if that is possible. So durability, it's very important. Radiation stability, the material is continuously irradiated from inside by the component, by decaying radionuclides. We are keeping them inside of the waste form. The decay occurs, radiation is emitted, and is bombarding continuously during all lifetime. The material from inside introduces damage. So we need tolerance to these radiation effects. And this is something that is not usual to us, because we are dealing with the materials not for so long time. And we don't know how behave the materials during thousands of years of continuous irradiation. The reactors are operating, you know, some 40, 50 years, not longer. Chemical flexibility, so ability to accommodate mixture of radioactive and chemical constituents, because there are different wastes. Some of them, they contain, you know, these nitrates, but some sulfates. Others are very different, and so on. They are different. Number 6, availability of natural analogs. That is very important for long-lived waste, because we see from the nature that there are some materials that survive in the nature for a very long time, and we can design similar materials and use them, and to have additional proofs that will withstand for these many years. And number 7, compatibility with the disposal environment. Dear colleagues, and partly you were questioning Anna. Dear colleagues, concerning the high-level waste. High-level waste is for the disposal in deep geological repositories, in geological disposal facility, which is very deep underground. And for this facility, the main barrier is their geological formation. We cannot count forever for the materials, because we see that they are decomposed, destroyed, and so on. So the main barrier in all geological disposal facilities is the geological formation. Because of that, these sites are selected so, carefully. Not so many are available and suitable for the disposal of nuclear waste. So the main barrier there is the formation. Of course, we are trying to put there the material, which is also durable and will withstand at least, let's say, these 1,000 years that Anna emphasized. But then the job will be done by geological formation. And if you speak, for example, about the salt mines that are proposed for disposal, dear colleagues, salt is a soluble material. If the water will contact with the salt, immediately everything will be dissolved into the water and move everywhere. But we see for the salt mines that for millions and millions and millions of years, the salt is still there. It means that during geological time scales, millions and millions and millions of years, there is no water there at all, and the salt is there. And we can count that for the next millions and millions of years is the same. So then the salt will do the job of stopping any migration from there. Just to add a little bit to questions that you put and to answers. Okay, so waste forms. This is a picture that resembles the classification of radioactive waste, as already I described to you, by the IAEA. So we have here half-life, horizontally, and here activity concentration, and different types of the waste, starting from very low level and ending with high level waste, which is intended for deep geological facilities. So we say geological disposal facility. Accordingly with this IAEA document, which has the name Policy and Strategies for Radioactive Waste Management. This is a technical document, but gives very good recommendations, including recommendations that doesn't mean standards. So what is typically done in the countries? Typically is done in the country in such a way that if it is very low level waste, then there is no any material used to immobilize the waste. If it is low level, then typically cements, bitumen, polymers, geopolymers, only high integrity containers are used, concrete and metal containers are used for conditioning. If you move to higher activity, you see the glasses appear here into the job. If you move to the high level waste, much more durable materials are used. Glasses, ceramics, metal containers. And here is for brief, of course, that these composite materials and so on that Anna described to you. So the higher is the hazard, the better materials we are trying to use, to add barriers into this multi-barrier system of defending us. And in this case, most importantly, future generations, because today, of course, we put it in a container and during our life, it will be there, no problem. But if the material is not durable, then gradually will decompose, will corrode, and so on. So here we put the barrier in such a way that this, for sure, will be retained without any migration from there into the biosphere of radionuclides. So the table you already saw, Anna has explained to you about the different here waste form materials. So this is just a part of waste package. It's the waste form which is inside of the container. It's not the whole package. So you see here glasses, ceramics, etc. And they are noted here in the policy and strategies. This is a report published by the National Academy of Science of United States. Final report on waste form technology. It's available. I mean, free release. You can download it. And this is the material that was quoted already by Anna. And here a little bit technical details about how numerically to describe the retention of radionuclides. So always we understand that the most likelihood that the radionuclides will be mobilized and start to move through different chains and finally achieve the humans, it is through the water. So we understand that the water let's say this is a canister with high level waste, and typically the material used is stainless steel. It's a durable material, but in some many hundreds or thousand years, in contact with the groundwater there deep underground, will corrode. And then the water will be in contact with our waste floor. And namely the water will start to leach out, to extract, like you do in laboratory, you know, you do extraction of something, extract the radionuclides, everything but radionuclides, dangerous radionuclides from there, actinides, let's say, or maybe cesium fission products. And through the water, then will start to move. So because of that, the water durability is one of most important parameters of the waste floors. It's not the only, but it's that one that indicates, you know, how good is the waste form material, how good is the glass, how good is the ceramic. If dissolves into the water, is not good. If stays in the water, then it is good, of course. And you asked about the glasses and so on, but look to the windows. You know, we have different rains. We had in the past rains, acidic and so on, due to the Industrial Revolution, let's say in United Kingdom. And the windows are still there. They are not corroded. The glass is something really, really very, very tough, very durable. But forget about the glass, let's say any material. We put the waste form into the water. And here we have some concentration of radionuclides. And in the water, it's one or another rate, but some radionuclides will be extracted into the water. And after a certain time, we will discover that in the water there is some concentration of radionuclides. But you understand that if here I will put 10 times more radionuclides, I expect to have here also 10 times more. And if in the vicinity another person will take 10 times less, he will have 10 times less, and say to everyone that his matrix is much better because in the water is 10 times less radionuclide. So how to compare our waste forms? Because it's dependent on the initial concentration. In order to do so, it was put for use, introduced the notion of normalized leaching rate, normalized one. And it is measured in gram, refers to this one. Per square centimeter refers to the surface of waste form which contacts with the water per day. Per day, because during seconds, minutes, and hours, you'll find nothing. You need very extended experiments to extract something from the waste form. So normalized rate, or can be mass loss when you know total. You take the total grams of here. How it is defined? It is here the equations that gives the definition. You take the concentration of radionuclides in the water, you multiply by the volume of the water that is in contact, you divide to the surface that is in contact with the water, you divide to the time, so this is in days, but you also divide to this parameter, which is, you see here, this is normalization factor. So this is the mass of radionuclides in our waste form divided to the total mass. So then, if I'll do my experiment with 10 times more, because of the use of this normalization, I will get exactly the same number like my colleague in the laboratory in the vicinity who took 10 times less. And nobody of us will be able to claim that his waste form is better because it's normalized one. We are dividing to the relative content of radionuclides in the waste form. And please pay attention, because everywhere in the literature and so on, in our literature, nuclear sector, we use normalized numbers, normalized data, not the real, not the real. So what test protocols are used in nuclear waste management to characterize the durability, So here it's the most frequently important tests that are used. So this is the ISO, International Standard Organization test, 6961. or is the same as American Society for Testing and Materials, or MCC Material Characterization Center 1, or in fact, the state standard that people use in Russian Federation, it gives the same procedure like that one. One of the state standards, not all of them, because there are many standards. So we use deionized water. It's static. We just put the sample into the water. We put a monolithic specimen. We take usually the ratio between the surface of the sample to the water volume that we use, 10 minus 1 meters. Temperature is room temperature. It is open to atmosphere, but can be done at 40, 70, and 90 degrees in MCC1. So this is used for cement. It is used, this method. But when we start to use this method for ceramics, glasses, and so on, we practically cannot detect, the radionuclides in the water. They are extremely durable. So then other methods, I'm not speaking about this one. This is United States methods of American Nuclear Society one. It is also for cement. But here, temperature higher, but you see here, product consistency test. In order to extract the radionuclides, the material is crushed into the powder. And then this powder, it is in the water. And then because of very large surface area and contact, we are able to detect radionuclides and to calculate the normalized leaching rates. And for ceramic and glasses, this is a method that is used. And there are other methods. There is this method, for example, vapor phase hydration. Very high temperatures are used just to judge how good to accelerate the corrosion of the waste forms. I am returning back to the leaching rate. So those were normalized. If you get somewhere the normalized leaching rate, which is this one, and want to know the real content of radionuclides in contact with water, you need to multiply this figure by the specific radionuclide content, concentration of radionuclides in the waste form. And then you'll get not some grams of something, but the grams of these radionuclides in the water. So the resulting these leaching rates will be much, much lower, because chemically the content of radionuclides in the waste forms in gram per cubic centimeter, it's very low. It's extremely low by the weight. So here, I put this equation just to emphasize. So here it's about normalized leaching rates, and here the real leaching rates, and they are not shown. But for normalized, we can start here, if you take just calcine, so you decompose your nitrates, some salts there, then the leaching rate in gram normalized on per square centimeter per day is quite high. The cements can be quite good, some, but they vary. The bitumen is better, and there is some overlapping. So if you make a very good cement or MPC ceramics that you will work in the laboratory, then they will go here somewhere. They are very good really. So bitumen is a good by leaching. So very low leaching rate. Phosphate glasses can be even more durable than borosilicate glasses. Ceramics, some of ceramics indeed, they are the most durable, but some of them are good for little. And in utilization of ceramics as technology and as waste forms, there is always the danger that some phases in parallel with this durable can be formed, which will, then compromise all the work. So we need to be very sure about the materials that we are synthesizing in utilizing ceramics, because can appear some secondary phases which are not durable at all. So the main phase is extremely durable, but if you have other phases that are soluble in the water, then your waste form is good for little. And compared with these, the glasses are much more universal, because they are not sensitive to the change in the composition. So all the glass is the same phase, and there is no any danger of formation of low durable glass. So that just shows it's not that I'm I'm in favor of glasses. I am, but I mean, this is not the best. The situation, who is the best, is always specific to the waste stream, to the situation, and so on. And you cannot give a generic answer. In many cases, glasses are the best, and they are used industrially for immobilization of high-level waste. And they are going to be used in the future, not just the immediate future, but even far future, in parallel with some novel ceramic waste forms, because the nuclear industry develops, colleagues. The new reactors appears, and perhaps you heard or you knew about a work project in the Russian Federation with the name Prorif of a perspective nuclear fuel cycle, and the fuel different and everything different, and it can be some ceramics here. Therefore, the inputs from researchers and so on is very valuable. In order to move from research to the real industrial application, it needs a very good chunk of work done at the research level, which is very valuable. So I'm finished with these generic things. So let's look to the cements. And the cements, in the lecture, in here in nuclear industry, the cements that we are using are basically, we are using hydraulic cements. So you understand, hydro means water. So these are inorganic materials that are able, together with the water, to react with the water at ambient conditions and to form a hardened and water-resistant product. And here it's a little bit explanation. So the cement itself, it's a binder. So it sets, hardens, and adheres to other materials to bind them together. So this is a binder. And then if you have the cement, just cement powder, and you interact with water, or you put into it a little bit fine aggregates, then this is termed mortar. But if you put sand into it and gravel, so larger, then this is concrete. Concrete, it is not just mortar, but it's mortar together with some gravel and some sand. For terminology, there are a number of prominent advantages that explain that the most massive by magnitude of use, and so the cements are used everywhere. In construction of buildings, you see everywhere around you that the cements are everywhere, and they are also everywhere in nuclear industry. First of all, they are construction materials of everything, or building, reactors, barriers in repository, and so on. They are also used as waste forms for low-level waste, intermediate-level waste, and they are simple. They are low cost. They work at ambient temperature, and they are suited for practically most of the waste. So sludge, even organic emulsified, you can cement it. And dry solids also, you put them into a cement grout, and after solidification, you get a good waste form. An important point to emphasize, if you are not aware of, you know that cements are porous materials. So they suck, they have some moisture inside, some water. But the chemistry of this water is alkaline. If you take the pure water from the cement, it has a very high pH. And this is good, because in high pH water, the actinides, they have a very low solubility. So no, they stay in the cement, they are not extracted into this pure water, which helps. They are not burning. They provide a good self-shielding of radiation there, and they have a very good compressive strength. You see tall buildings that hundreds of meters, height, and the cements are made of cements. Here it's let's say the table. So when you use cementation, you are almost not producing secondary waste. Compared, let's say, if you use vitrification, you have some secondary waste because of volatilization of thermal radionuclides from the furnace, some filters, and other things. So that shows the features and limitations, and partly Anna has explained it. So the basic cement that is used everywhere is so-called Portland cement. It is produced pulverizing clinkers. So these are so-called hydraulic calcium silicates taken from the nature. Some gypsum as interground addition. So these clinkers are produced in furnaces that use very high temperatures, so 1500 degrees, and some nodules are formed, so large in size, which are then crushed into the powder, and then you produce this cement powder. So that's the schematic how this is done. So I will not stop here. Long here. If you look to the cements, Portland cement, on oxide basis, we will find that on oxide basis, most of the material is calcium oxide, so 60-65. And then this is like sand, you see, 21-24% of dioxide of silicon, so this is silica. And then you get aluminum oxide, 3-8%, so alumina, and then ferric oxide. So we have also some content, you know, sulfur trioxide, magnesia. It depends on the raw materials that are used, and they are natural all. And very high temperatures are used, you know, to produce the material. Therefore, many efforts are done to find binders that require less energy, and because of that are more friendly for the environment. So here it is shown on the basis of main oxides. So you see here the main one, it is that one, and then that one, and that alumina. So silica here, alumina here, and calcium oxide it is here. And it is where the Portland cement stays. And this is blast furnace slag, this is fly ash, so this is silica fume, and these are some materials that are produced by other industries as waste, non-radioactive, but can be used to improve the properties of cementitious materials, and not only for nuclear applications. So if you look to the typical composition of Portland cement on oxide basis, other oxides are also present. So it's in reality, you see the minimum, this is average that was shown, and the maximum, and again, the basics, you know, here the most is calcium oxide in Portland cement. Portland cement it is here, but then there are other oxides as well, that here minimum is 0, but can be quite here up to 0.8% and other. So even chloride can be here on oxide basis. And in order not to because there are many oxides and some of them can be quite complex, the cement branch started to use, and you can find everywhere in reports and literature, instead of equations that give you the composition as we are familiar to for the water here, they write some abbreviation. So the water is just H, but H is not the proton, it's not the hydrogen, it is water. Instead of magnesia, it is just M. You see, instead of silica, it's just S. This is not sulfur, this is silica in cement industry. And calcium oxide is just C. And this chemistry notation, it is used, so in order, you know, to differentiate dioxide of carbon from calcium oxide, they use with a slash. C with a slash is dioxide of carbon. So these notations are used, and I also am using them, and no way to avoid them. So I showed to you the composition of cements as oxides, but these oxides in the cement powder that we put into reaction with the water are in form of minerals, not oxides separate. So in reality, the oxide of calcium and oxide of silicon, so silica and calcium oxide, they are present either in form of tricalcium silicate, which the mineral is called elmite, or in form of dicalcium silicate, which is called lernite, or in form of, so this is one case, for the alumina and calcium oxide, That is 3-calcium aluminate. Here it's for the oxides of iron, and can be some lime and can be some calcium sulfate, so some gypsum in this powder. So the mineral compounds can be these in the cement. And they are characterized by different properties, these main mineral phases of a cement powder, the dry one. So here it's these mineral phases, light, aluminate, and ferrite. And here you see here that, for example, aluminite, it is rapidly hydrated and has a high heat of hydration. In contrast with the light, which slowly interacts with water, but gives a good final strength and has a low heat of hydration. So it's different. So now if you look, there are different cements. And if you take the standards that are used in different places of the world, so I'm starting with the United Kingdom. So British standard for the cements, it stipulates 5 types of cements. Colleagues, in the past, the United Kingdom was a part of European Union. So the standard, British standard, was the same as European standard. It's just the same on the same book. It's written that this is the same as European standard. Now the British left the European Union, so perhaps they will need, maybe they will approve to use the standards of European Union as they are, but maybe they gradually will replace them. I don't know. But just to tell you, the standards that the country is using can be different. So in the British standard, there is an explanation, you know, about the clinker, about the content of blast furnace slag, the silica fume, pozzolana, fly ash, and so on, the content in these 5 types of the cement. If you look to the standards which are used in the United States of America, and they are of American Society of Testing and Materials, C150 classes of cements, there are 5 classes of cements, and the US standard gives the content of these mineral phases, so 3-calcium silicate, decalcium silicate, 3-calcium aluminate, and theta-calcium aluminum ferrite, the typical content in the cements, and you see these numbers are different for different types of cement. And because of that, the first one, it is general purpose. The second one provides moderate resistance to sulfate attack. But if you take the 5th one, it has a high sulfate resistance it required and can be required. Because if your groundwater has a lot of sulfates, this one cement will be decomposed soon. And this one will be resistant and can be, you know, near the sea, somewhere in the seawater, and so on. And depending on the content of these main minerals, the cements have different properties. And this is important everywhere, not just for nuclear industry. So here is the descriptions. So this is normal cement. Then type 2, it's modified because it has a lower rate of hydration. And when, in addition to the resistance to sulfate, if you have a massive, big volume, or block, a very large container by the volume, then you need to have a low rate of hydration so that the heat which is generated due to the hydration reactors will not overheat everything, and you will not start boiling your big container because just of the heat. Because during the hydration, the heat is released. I will show you the numbers a little bit later. So there are different situations when, for example, early strength is required. You need to do some reparation works, and you want very, very quickly to get hardened the cement, you know, a road or something that you building and so on, very quickly to get it solid. Then you use type 3. This is again low heat. And finally, that one that I noted to you, number 5, slow rate of strength, but it's very resistant for seawater, for the water that contains sulfates. So normally, in our industry, in nuclear industry, cements that are used for radioactive waste immobilization normally type 1, 2, and 3, these are cements that are used. But can be different situations because the radioactive wastes are very different. So it can be that you need to deal with some acidic wastes, some wastes that contain boric acid, let's say. Then if you use just type 1, it may be the situation with the retardation will occur of hardening and will remain liquid. That no hardening will occur, no setting of the cement. So from the practice, we know the utilization of different additives to the cements in order to promote the immobilization, the solidification reactions. And here it's for the waste stream. If you are dealing with the boric acid in your waste stream, then lime helps to provide just the effect is of adjusting pH. If you deal with some organic liquids, you accelerate the set. And sodium silicate it is used. Sodium silicate, which is a kind of glue that we know very well from our practice. Reactive silica for the waste which contains sulfate, slag for the waste which contain. So these are typical additives that are used in order to promote the reactions. So this is a schematic which shows, so the basic oxides are here again, but because there are many other cements, they are shown here where there are. And an important type of the cements which is used in nuclear waste immobilization, it is here. It is blast furnace slag cement or composite cements type 2 and 3, following the British and European standard. So they contain blast furnace slag from other industries, from metallurgy actually. And if you look to a hardened cement with blast furnace slag, you will see many pieces of unreacted blast furnace slag inside of the matrix. And what is the matrix will be explained just in minutes. Of course, that because the very high diversity of the waste exists, and very high diversity of cement exists, and different experiences with the materials and so on. There are alternative cements even in civil industry, and many of them, like calcium aluminate cements or calcium sulfoaluminate cements. And they are also tested for the usage by the nuclear industry. So here is the table that gives the information about the alternative cement systems, alternative to the Portland cement, the cements that I just showed to you. And among them, you can see here magnesium phosphate cement, which in many literature sources are also termed ceramics and so on. So they are, they are not hydraulic cements. You need some acid in order to produce. You will have the practice and you will learn a lot. And the material produced by this method using this, it's indeed very durable. And particularly in Russian Federation, there are very significant advances in using this material. But not only, they are known also in other countries. So works in the United States were completed in South Africa. So this is a kind of alternative system, and for some waste streams may be used on industrial scale. So it's an interesting area of research. And the geopolymers, again, if you want to produce a geopolymer, you need you cannot produce them using just water. You need an alkaline medium, which you should prepare somehow. But as a result, a material which resembles very much the cementitious materials, it is produced, and they are termed geopolymers. They can be more durable than the cements. And around geopolymers, there are many speculations. Due to the French researcher Davidovits, he put a lot of efforts in advertising these geopolymers. They can be indeed very durable, much more durable than the cements. But his speculations also were around the pyramids in Egypt, because this is we cannot understand how they were built. These huge mountings man-made. How they could be done, you know, at such heights and so on. So Davidovich put you know, in his books and so on, some arguments that they were produced using the geopolymerization. So the initial material was a powder, and then, like, you know, cement grout, and then you produce something solid. But the historians, you know, the people from another side, archaeologists and so on, there is speculation, they say, but I'm not expert to say who is right. There is a discussion. Let's look now to the hydration of cements. So we got this powder. So can be ordinary Portland cement type 1, and we add to it water, and the water starts to interact with the cement powder. And in the cement powder, there are mineral phases. So here it is shown how tricalcium silicate interacts with water. So you see, it takes 6 molecules of water. This is tricalcium, but this is equalized because of that 6. And the result of it, it is produced that one, which is a kind of gel, and also calcium hydroxide, which has the name. This is Portlandite, and this is the heat liberation. So is minus, it means that the heat is released. And then you got decalcium silicate, which has much lower heat generated. You see here, and again, it's a kind of gel here, and Portlandite, the crystalline material. So these are the main materials actually of normal, of Portland cement. So they constitute about 75%. And as a result, you see, they produced this gel, which is called CSH, that comes, you remember, C, it's oxide of calcium, S is silica, oxide of silicon, and H is water. So this gel is that one. You see here, calcium oxide, silica, and water. This one. This is the gel. And if you put this gel into a Röntgen machine and want to look whether it's crystalline or is amorphous, you'll find it is amorphous. It's not crystalline. But if you look to the hump, you know, in amorphous materials, instead of the peaks, you have just a hump, a diffuse hump that shows from approximately which mineral, crystalline mineral, it's produced this amorphous material. And there is a mineral which is crystalline with the name tobermorite. And the hump, the hump of this material, which is amorphous, is near the tobermorite. And because of that, it's called also in literature tobermorite gel or CSA gel. So the other components mineral of the Portland cement, they also interact with water. It is a lot of heat generated liberated by tricalcium aluminate. It takes a lot of water during this interaction. It produces a crystalline mineral, which is called ettringite, and by the way, captures the water. And because of that, if you want to bind the tritium, then you will use this mineral because the water is bound here. And tetracalcium aluminum ferrite also, not so much, 2 times less, but not small amount of heat is liberated. But that one you expect will interact very quickly with the water because the heat, you know, through Arrhenius law promotes the reactions. So that results in ettringite, and that results in the production of these phases. If you look what's happening with the cement interacting with water, you can describe this in terms of how goes the reaction this time and what amount of some products appear in the system or disappear if you speak about the porosity. So the porosity initial is 100% because it's almost 100% because there is no solid. Everything it's porous. And initially it happens nothing. So this period, it is called dormant period. And then there is a setting time. So this is minutes. But then during hours, you can see some setting. And after the setting, so the material, it's weak, but is already set. You know, it's set. It's like a solid, but very weak set. You can easily decompose it, destroy it. But if you wait during days, and the standard stipulate 28 days, then here, after this approximately 1 month, you'll have a very small porosity. This is schematic. You'll have a lot of monosulfate, you'll have a lot of Portlandite, and you'll have a lot of CSH phase. And this picture you already saw. This shows how interact different mineral phases. So this is the degree of hydration in percent, and this is this time. And you see that the calcium silicate is the slowest one. This one is quick, but I noted to you that the calcium aluminate and this one interacts very, very quickly, immediately with the water. And because the cement with this phase will quickly set, and the cement with this main phases, this one will very, very slowly set and harden. This also show, you know, the schematic, how this powder interact with water. So initially around this solid phases, it is formed the gel, but in the gel appear some needles and so on. These are crystalline phases of Portlandite, but the needles are actually, they belong to ethringite. They look like needles. Here is the table that shows for different compounds. So these are the mineral phases of cement. Reaction rate. So this one is the fastest. Amount of heat liberated. This one is the highest. Strength of hydration. They want to produce a strong stone or paste after the hydration. So if you'll count on these phases that quickly interact with water, the strength will be low. But these minerals, which are the bases, the calcium and tricalcium silicates, they provide a good strength. And this is the degree of heat generation. So that's the information. So as a result of interaction with the water, we have these phases in the cement paste or stone that we are producing after the hydration. So again, the notations are used instead of, you know, writing these long chemical equations. Formula, you will see in literature just FT phase, AFM phase, CSH, you know, these things, CH. So these are, CH is for Portlandite, and this is amorphous phase. And actually, this is the most important one for all the hydraulic cements. Here it's again about the mineralogy. The shorthand is abbreviation, so representative formula. So I'm limited by time. I'll not stop for long. The composition of final product, it depends. So here it's for Bart furnace slag cement, which is approximately 90% of BSFS and 10 to 20-30% of OPC. Then you have a lower pH and a little bit difference in the composition. This is very important. So a little bit is you know, jargon. It's not a real word. So you have different. Although there and there you got Portlandite and CSA gel, and they are the most important. To investigate the phase composition of cement paste, the thermal events are used. So you look in temperature range when dehydration occurs or decomposition, and depending on the peaks, you identify what's happening with different phases in the cement. So again, maybe to pay attention that in reality, if you hydrate a cement, it is not fully hydrated ever. So even after 1 year, you have 95, 98%, and the remnant 2% in the cement paste and stone, it is still there. So if you take an ancient cement and take a piece of it and put into the electronic microscope, you can find the phase composition of initial cement because some particles are still unreactive. Not all the cement. So this is an alive structure. And also it's about the pores. So there are many pores. They contain water there. So the material is heterogeneous. And everywhere, the most important is the CSH phase, which even here it's present. So you see here the cement, the BFS particle, unreacted cement phase, particle, unreacted BFS, blast furnace slag. So that's how it looks in electronic microscope. We will very briefly pass through the cementation technology, but it's important that by usual industry, more water. So the reactions that occur are not stoichiometric. More water it is used, and this water is then remnant in the pores of the final material. And water to cement ratio is the governing parameter. So this water in our case will be, let's say, the liquid waste, aqueous waste that we are cementing. And here it is shown the conductivity, but what is said here, it says this sentence, it's depending on the water to cement ratio, we will get different strengths of the final material. And here it is shown the conductivity of the cement paste produced as a function of water to cement. And if you take too much water, then the conductivity can get very high. So what is the conductivity? There is a Darcy law. So if you put on the top of a layer of a cement with the height h water, then following the Darcy law, this is the amount of water that will pass through this cement layer. And the conductivity, this is the surface of our block of cement that we are passing water through. And this is the conductivity coefficient. So if it will be high, then it's like a mesh, the water will pass through the material. So we are interested to get low conductivities. And because of that, these cements are good and these are not. Conductivity is too high. So how high? If you look to the fresh cement, the conductivity you see here, but should be multiplied to this number. It's very high after 5 days. But the ultimate, it is very, very low indeed. So after the elimination of majority of the pores, the conductivity is low. The radioactive waste component, they interfere with hydration reactions, and here there are the lines of intensity for cations, for anions, and they are present in the waste. And because of that, here it is shown that the reactions that they cause, different components of borates, agents that can be present in the waste. The flux, if you use the sludge that you precipitated in my previous lecture and want now to cement, it's uncertain action. You need to do some laboratory experiments, and because they can retard the hydration, and so on here. And to overcome the interactions, the modifiers are used. So not just cement, some modifiers, and the civil industry also uses modifiers. If you want to have more flowable the cement grout, then you use the modifier and make it possible to prepare some blocks to fill some smaller voids and so on. So here is the nature of modifier and the purpose. So this one is to reduce the grout viscosity, and then high molecular weight additives, so-called superplasticizers, are used. The cementation can be done in 2 ways. So either directly into the drum, into the container, or using a mixer and then pouring into the container the mixture prepared. So the first method it is here. So you got the cement bin, the feeder, here is the waste. So you charge everything into the drum and mix here everything, and then this is your package prepared. And very often this mixer, the pedal of this mixer is so-called sacrificed pedal. So after the hardening, it is left there inside of the drum. It's typically the best picture is for United Kingdom. That one, it is used many times, the mixer. So after finishing of the mixing in the drum, you take it out, but you need to wash it and so on. So you need to clean it. Some examples of facilities that use this technology. Another way it is to prepare all the mixture somewhere outside, and then to pour into the drum, into the container, the mixture which is already prepared and mixed here. If you have the visit to Radon, this is a schematic of their facility. So they cement both liquid and solid waste. They have here a kind of vibration unit that shakes the drum so that the gaps in between the solid waste are filled with the cement grout, which is prepared using liquid radioactive waste. And these are the photographs. They are also reproduced by the IEA in some technical publications. And it's just to sorry, this one is from Radon. This one is no. This is from Georgia, from state of Georgia, which is in Caucasus, not Georgia of United States. This is from United Kingdom, just to show that in some cases the cementation can be done in really very large containers. So you see, this is something that is big in sizes, and because of that, the masses of cement are large, and they need to care on heat generated. These photographs are again from United Kingdom. So the solidified waste, the pedal is not inside here, so the mixture was prepared outside. A couple of words about the durability. So my message to you is that if the waste form is properly prepared, following the technical procedures and so on, then the cements can withstand for very long times, even in difficult conditions. And this is after 40 years. Again, this was the site of Radon that possibly you'll visit. And these are the blocks prepared 40 years ago. And, you know, they look almost like yesterday prepared. So they look, and it's not just the photograph. Of course, there are publications that demonstrate that the cement is a good material. These are acceptance criteria for the cementitious phase form following the Russian standard. And you see here the normalized leaching rate for cements measured for cesium must be lower than 10 to minus third power. But this is normalized. This is not the real one. Mechanical durability, not less than 4.9. Radiation durability, not should be 10 to 6 power, 1 megagrade. Freeze thaw cycles, more than 30, and in water immersion. In order to check compliance, many test protocols are used. This one is taken from Sojin, from Italy. Is, you know, just to flag and to show that it's a difficult, it's a complex work. The cements this time are aging. They interact with the surrounding, with the water, with the air, and carbonation. And this is known from civil industry as well. So the most common reaction is carbonation. The interaction, the CO2 from the air dissolves into water, and then many here it's mechanical description of the steps occur of the aging of the cement. And an old cement which is in contact with the water, you'll see layers. First the silica gel, then it's a little bit deteriorated CSH phase, then you will see with some ettringite, these needles inside, then with some monosulfate, and only unaltered it is somewhere deeper in. So this is the layer of leached material. So that's the electronic microscope photograph that shows, you know, this layer that were schematically shown. So these processes are investigated by the researcher in order to be able to understand the behavior. And different environments are present different aggressivity to the cement, stone, cement paste. And the components of the groundwaters, if they contain sulfates, chlorides, and so on. Here it's about the reactions and comment about the attack on the cement. And here it's the relative susceptibility of cement-based materials by chemical species present in the surface environment. So the water and the soil, So depending on degree of acidity and the content of sulfates, the situation can be different. So some environments are protective, but some can be quite aggressive to the cement. To finish my lecture, dear colleagues, I am showing you several pictures which are ancient man-made constructions which used cements, and the constructions are still here. We can look to them and assess that for thousands of years the cement can withstand. So these photographs, this one, it is known to everyone, the Great China Wall. This one is not, perhaps not so well known to everyone. This is so-called Hadrian Wall, which in the past, about 1,000 years ago, was built by Romans who conquered the British island, and then they separated the wild people from the north, the wild they considered, the Scots and so on, by the wall. So this wall, it is still present there. It is from the sea, So the Scotland is divided by the remnant of Hadrian Wall. What is important for us that we can look to the cements, and also we can look to the cements from aqueducts in Europe, from the Roman Empire. And we also know that even a Roman law required 200 years at that time, in ancient times, of lifetime for aqueducts. So if properly made, they are still here even after 1,000 years. And that's an additional, confidence that things that we are doing using cements are good, can be good. So the conclusion is that cementation is the main immobilization technology for low intermediate level waste. And the waste forms, cementitious waste forms, are durable materials which provide a high degree of environmental safety for low intermediate level waste. Here is the list of useful references. Some books, handbooks, some reports from United States. Again, a book published with participation of a scientist from Egypt, from Atomic Authority of Egypt, Professor Abdel Rahman. So that's our joint work with Professor Abdel Rahman. And I'm finishing. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor. It is really appreciable, your energetic lecture. So my first question is, what is the basic difference between recommendation and standard? Like you mentioned that every country, IAEA has a recommendation, and there are some universal standards. So what was the first thing a country should adopt or implement in national policy, as a recommendation or national standard for nuclear waste deposit?
The first are approved, these requirements at a very high level, because to develop a standard like the standard of testing of a material, that's a very specific and detailed work that will follow after the recommendations. So you move gradually for more generic, laws into some requirements. Well, I replied to you as you asked, so maybe I not understood fully your question about, because as for the IAEA recommendations, they are recommendations for you. They are not recommendations for IAEA projects. They are standard, and all IAEA projects must follow the standards of agency. They are not recommendation, they are standards, and the agency follows them. But agency cannot dictate to you, to Egypt, I don't know, to Kazakhstan and so on. This is, you are a nation. You have your laws and you live as you like. I mean, the people of certain country, they decide how they want to live. They devise their constitution, And some of the countries are even not members of IAEA.
Okay, so
if you take North Korea, you know well, they want what they want, and everyone in the world is very unhappy with that. But what to do? They are a nation. But this is a bad example. I'm sorry. It is just to say to you that in any case, the IAEA standards should be approved, and then they are standards for you, and then by the law in your country, you are forced to use the standards. If you take a standard of agency, you use this as a recommendation. It is not a law for you. It's not a real national standard.
Okay, understood. So it's not obligatory, more or less. So there are some scenario in Norway, a country like Norway, they have nuclear waste deposit in the ocean basins, like ocean button. Norwegians are famous for that. So when we deposit the nuclear waste on the ocean basin, the groundwater is very low. So, but we have some slides which explain that contamination of leaching of water has a big impact on nuclear waste. So what are the technological strategies those countries adopt who has nuclear waste deposit on the ground ocean floor? Country like Norway.
If I understood you correctly, so the disposal of the waste into the sea, to the bottom of ocean, is not anymore allowed. And this is still 1976, it seems to me, when the convention was signed, which prohibits the disposal of the waste into the ocean. So yes, in the past, some of the waste were disposed off to the bottom of the ocean, and they are there under the water. Because at that time, this was allowed. It is not anymore allowed. There are repositories which are in the rock, like you know, it's under the ocean, but in between the water, there is a very thick layer of the solid rocks. So it is not ocean disposal anymore, because this is prohibited, and it is not done already for a half of century. It is not done anymore, because if someone will be caught, will be immediately put into the jail. This is prohibited internationally.
Okay, so now I got it. So there are some countries who has nuclear fuels after the nuclear waste, but they don't have facility, geological disposal, or they don't have facilities in their whole countrywide facilities to deposit those nuclear waste for considering the safety standards. They send it. For example, UK is also importing nuclear waste. So there are some certain regulations by IAEA that how the nuclear waste will be transported from one country to another country, or it is also country-wise decisions should be taken.
The transport itself is regulated by transport regulations. There are safety requirements, TSR1, transport regulation, and this is followed by any country. This is a, let's say, international standard. So this is a Jade Convention is binding, and transport regulation is also binding. So the transport itself. But you asked what to do, what can do the countries who do not possess the geological disposal, what to do with the high-level waste. That's a problem. And there are proposals for organizing, the project Pangaea. So Australia, for example, tried to propose on international level to be a place who will accept the spent fuel for the final disposal for other countries. But at the moment, only attempts to do that are done. So this is not allowed by the laws of Australia. Other countries even not try to say a word about that immediately the government will be, thrown from the power. So they are not risking to say these words. I noted to you United Kingdom, but the situation there is not so generic, it's specific. This is the case when the spent fuel is reprocessed in the United Kingdom, and the waste which is produced after this reprocessing can be left in UK. This is the only import. So it's not allowed, to bring any kind of device to United Kingdom. No, it's only a small portion.
Okay, so it's good to update news. And the last question was, what is the difference between the formula of normalized and without normalized formula, the yielding formula? The CN and the formula, what you explain about normalized
Yes.
divided by F1, Fi. So
Yes.
these two kind of formula, in which scenario we use? The normalized one and unnormalized one?
No, you have to use the real one.
Okay, so.
But the laboratory will give you some materials if you work in safety assessment. If you are a safety assessment person and you need to make some calculations, then you need to use the real ray, real one. But from the laboratory, you will receive the normalized ray. But
Okay,
then,
understood.
But then you will ask, but tell me please, in addition to normalized rate, what is the concentration of radionuclides in your waste form? Otherwise, I cannot do the calculations.
Yes.
So you need to
concentration coefficient has to be provided by the lab.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, if it is not the case, I would like to thank Professor Ojevan once more. And now we will have a coffee break. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah. And for today, we will finish the translation, but we will have a practical work in the lab. Okay? Okay. Thank you. And see you next time, tomorrow, maybe.